Good evening, ladies and gents, and welcome back to GKP Live. Hope everybody's good and had a good week up to press. How you doing, Daz?
Oh, right, thanks.
Man, look at this one. This one, fancy.
Rocking the merch.
Hey, look! And Christmas
Very
tree
flash.
And, candy canes, and obviously, we didn't have time to make a brew just before on. But what I would like to say is, Merry Christmas, everyone.
If only I could read it. I ain't got my glasses on.
The finger shape does look. It says Merry Christmas.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, very festive.
Festive Santa hat.
How's your day been, Gaz?
Oh, mate, my day's been dog shit.
Oh, the irony. What does it say?
Absolute crap. It started off receiving a text message at 1:10 to tell me where I were going today, followed by another message at 4:30 to tell me where I were going today. In the morning, that is. To get to site, and then when I pull up to stop and ask a gentleman what's going on, what's happening, where we're going to be working, mate, and he said, "Oh, just bear us a second, mate. If you could just pull your vehicle forward," and I jumped out my van and turned it off. I jumped back in my van to find my starter motor, just went bang, and that was it. So we were stuck in Southport, Blackpool area, and then I had to get RAC out. They had to come out, start my van up for me, and keep my van running all day so they can come out when I drove it home and fit me a new one tomorrow. So yeah, absolute nightmare. But we managed to get the work done and managed to get stuff sorted and get back home. But we'd have been in trouble if we'd have. Yeah.
It's good to be filled up with diesel first, isn't it?
Right.
You've had it running all day, the van?
I had to have it running all day long, yeah. Yeah, and the amount of times that you move your van from one plot to another plot to another plot. And oh, God damn. And then I had to have my window open in case, because I know the VW has a tendency, if you get out and get back in again, or just shut the door, it'll auto lock. So I didn't want to risk it. Don't know if I could do that or not with the keys in the ignition. So I thought, I'm not risking it. Not going to risk it, and I'm not going to chance it. So we'll keep the window wound down, and then we'll, yeah. But we managed to get back home. We managed to get it sorted out and everything done. Yeah. Right then, let's have a quick flick through from these. If anybody's got any comments they would like or any questions they'd like to ask the panel tonight, hopefully we will be having Matt from Howie Coy jump on and join us. I don't know 100% because he has been at a certain other place, and I'm not going to say where because I don't want to drop a spoiler. But before we do go any further, we won't be having Rick with us tonight because it is Ezra's 10th birthday, so I would like to wish him many happy returns, mate, and hope you've had a wonderful day and your mum and dad have spot you on.
Happy birthday, Ezra.
So Rick won't be joining us this evening, obviously, and understandably. But yeah, if anybody's got any topics or anything, questions they'd like to ask, bang them down in capital letters or write out the word question in capital letters just to make it stand out from everybody else's normal comments. Hopefully Crafty. Oh, no. Yeah, I did. I'm just going to say, hopefully Crafty will be joining us. Did I send him an invite? I don't know if I did, but I did. I definitely did. Oh, we got another hangabout. We've got an intruder. We've got an imposter. That's his guy. The heat was warm, mate. It was absolutely red hot.
So I was just trying to focus. I was just trying to read the what it called there. Yeah.
I had to keep the window wound down purely just to keep it. I even had to keep the bonnet up, but I didn't even know that. I just went to take key and ignition. It just didn't do anything. I thought, what the hell was that? And then this guy that were driving a 360 digger jumped out of his digger and ran across, giving it, whoa. I stuck my head out of the window. What's up, mate? He says, it's a massive ball of flames just come out from inside of your grill. Like, flames? He says, well, it were either flames or a massive spark, but it was big. Don't do whatever you're doing. Stop doing what you're doing because something's not right. Pop your bonnet. So, yeah, and it stunk. It was an electrical short. It was shorting from the starter motor across to the body and the bolt system. And you could see where it arced across on it. It's melted it. So it was, yeah, bit of a Never know.
Welding.
Right, Steel City Coy's asked a question there, but you're not asking me. So I'm guessing you're waiting for an answer from everybody else.
Have we
Steel City Koi. We went into a conversation about Nutramare. It's the Nutramare 360 koi food. I think there's other brands or types to it as well. I did actually offer for the companies to come on because they weren't particularly happy about us mentioning that, even though it wasn't directly mentioned, that the actual product came from China. Nutramare doesn't come from China. It comes from Germany. And it's not sourced through one way or the other, like Rick said, something along those lines. So, to retract that, the food it's from Germany. I did give the gentleman an option to come on, of which they've chose not to do. So that's the last one on that topic for me. They don't want to come on and talk about their own stuff, mate. Then I have no intentions of blowing their trumpet for them. I don't know nothing about the food other than the fact that it's a new koi food which is launched, I think, this year and is set to do amazing things come next year. But
we shall see.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, the proof's in the pudding, isn't it? I suppose if you buy it, you try it and you use it and you get good growth, then the food is what it is. But the likes of it keeping up with the types of Saki Akara, I very much doubt it.
Yeah. I suppose a lot of it comes down to cost as well. If there's a big cost
difference. That is the big difference. There is a big difference in cost between the two. So,
yeah. Suck it and see.
No, not an intruder, imposter, because obviously Daz's Koi farm, Daz's Koi. Yeah, it was a joke, mate. Permission for flyby. Daz, koi keeper called Daz from the Midlands. Oh, there you go, another one. Oh, so there's more than one Daz koi keeper in the Midlands. You see, Daz. Not the only one.
I've been cloned, you know.
Now, has everybody noticed? Listen.
Tells me.
Listen. Yes, Daz. Silence. Huh? Did you hear it? Can
you got rid of everyone?
New phone, no.
Oh.
Coming back on.
Well, I wouldn't know because I can never hear the bloody noise.
You can't hear it, no. It's what everybody else hears. So nobody should get any funny noises or anything until such time as Daz drops his phone, whacks it with an hammer, dips it in creosote, and we shouldn't have any of those problems ever again.
Not going to happen. It's encased in a armoured jacket. It weighs about 10 kilo now. They got that much.
Yeah, you got a
protection on it.
Gone with a good upgrade, didn't you?
It did, yeah. 3-inch plexiglass with a bloody lot.
He's put a nice big protective screen protector, lens protectors, and everything on it. So
camera protectors, yeah.
It will be.
Cost more than the phone.
But the best bit is now, Daz, nice and clear. Yes. Actually, you got no funny little spot in the bottom right hand corner of your screen.
I missed that little creosote
You're lying, Ted. You said the other day when you were doing your videos, I can't wait to be at a film without that being on. So
yeah, but I'm expecting to see it now every time I play something back, and I think, oh, they've done it right.
It always made me. The first time you did it, I felt like saying, "Hey, Daz, you've got a little bit of a mark on your screen. Just give your camera lens a clean." And then that was after you had the new screen fitted, wasn't it? So there's obviously got to be a little bit of dirt or something between it.
It's definitely creosote, yeah.
Top Chagger says, question, Daz, can you give us a bit of an update on the farm and how you are seeing it going forward? Any open days planned for the next season?
Yes. Hopefully when it warms up a bit. Yes, we've got plenty of fish. But yes, things are moving forward. I've been doing a fair bit the last couple of weeks down there. Looking to, well, I've assembled the polytunnel. Roughly, it's in bits on the lawn, so I know where it's going.
Is it as big as the other one does?
No. Well, it's the same length
as the main one.
No, not as big as the main one. It's wider than the main one, but shorter. It's the same length as the mini Munga tunnel. It's 30 foot long, but it's
got more width to it then.
Yeah, it's about 27 foot wide or something. It's the other one's like 20 foot wide. So yeah, it's got more width to it.
Well, that'd be good then. You might be able to get a bit more
bigger tanks in, right?
Exactly. Yeah. That's always been it's been a bit of a juggle, hasn't it, to try and get things where you really wanted them for the not limited space, but a tight squeeze when you wanted to get extra bits in.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll let you carry on with your update.
been putting some hedging in, some planting, trying to landscape it a bit at the bottom, trying to cover the bloody polytunnels. Because when you look down the garden, all you can see is polytunnels now. So yeah, planted some weeping willows, a screen of those, and some corkscrew willow, and yeah, some flowers. And what else I've been up to? Finished the compost bin tanks at the bottom of the garden. The other remaining ones, they're all ready for liners now. So yeah, give me a few more tanks. I'm trying to get rid of all the outdoor tanks, getting everything under cover, under polytunnel, because I am sick to death of fighting with bloody errands. They are so persistent. So that's why I want to get the big round tanks in the tunnel. The new tunnel's going to go up. Like I say, he didn't come with no instructions. When I bought it from the guy, he says, "Don't worry, mate. I'll send you some photos so you know how it goes up." Yeah, did he heckers like? Never heard from him again.
It can't be that complicated.
That's what I thought. I mean,
anyway.
Yeah. But the trouble is, these two like different sized poles that go down that form the centre ridge. There's like 2 meters and then 2.4 meters, and I'm not sure which one's going to win. There's equal numbers of both. So I'm going to put the longest ones in, of course, to make it as long as possible.
Yeah. Simon's just put there, I thought Nutramare product was German and British. No, it's a German product, but there is a UK importer, I believe, from what I can gather from the information and the conversations that we had backwards and forwards. But apparently we did upset them by saying that the product, and they was inundated with calls, messages, and people contacting them saying, "Is this food from China?" Which I'll take with a pinch of salt. Maybe a few people contacted them. I don't have that much of an influence on YouTube, so
wasn't me. I wasn't there.
Well, no, but that's the thing. That's why I don't want it to come across wrong and with the wrong information. So the product is from Germany, and it is being imported into the UK. There's one gentleman that's the UK importer. And I wanted to make sure. I even offered to, and there might be something that comes in the near future if they choose to do. I'd even offer to, if they didn't want to come on, for them to, provide a statement for me to read out on their behalf. But nevertheless, the option's there if they ever do. In fact, if there is anybody that does have a bit more information on it and would like to, maybe 1 second. Let's make it so that it can be. Oh, that was nice noise, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We shall add that in because I've forgotten to. And we'll pop that up there. And then we'll pin it, as usual, guys, to the top. So there will be a little pin message. If anybody wants to jump in, join us. Hey, I didn't know if you would make it, mate. I kind of didn't know what that message meant. When you said an early start so you can get finished, I thought that might have meant early. Anyway, I don't want to do no spoilers. So yeah, I know you've been doing a job today. And I didn't know if you'd better get back in time. I didn't know how far of a drive it was. How you doing? Good? You good?
Yeah, good. Long day. Good job done. Lots of smiley faces.
I bet. Yeah, I bet there was. I bet. Well, yeah. I'm not saying because I don't want to ruin that. So
I reckon he'll still be sat in there watching the water go in. It was in there.
I reckon he probably will be as well. I would be. I wonder now. For the person who I'm talking about, and you'll know who he is, and did he fit anything so he knows his literage?
Yes, exactly. So he was actually going 42, and then like 20 minutes later, 102. Is that his? And I went, well, hang on a minute. That means you got 18. This was when I left about an hour and a half after we put the hose pipe on. I said, you've got 150, that's 18,500 litres to go.
Oh my God.
I know.
That's going to be running all night, isn't it? All night, all day.
Well, he's got to stop underneath the window anyway. because I've got to go back up there and do the window because there's so many settling areas of the whole place. When you're walking on it, you can feel it sinking in. So I want to get the water just below the window, and then I can go back up and do that early next week.
Tweak it.
Job done, and it'll be up and running.
Happy days. I know this sounds like code, guys, but it would be a real shit thing for me to do for it to let that slip. So I'm not gonna do that. It's
that sounds like a lot of water to treat.
Yeah.
Oh, Andrew straight in there with a cut you deep, Daz. With no interference on Daz's phone, we will all hear him snort later. That's a good one, Andrew. Nice one. Anyway, welcome back, Daz. It's been nice to see you back here, mate.
Thanks. It's good to be back.
There we go. Aaron says, I'd have never bought Saki unless I won some of the colour on my koi this year. Is popping. I won't change it now. Day and night difference to Takazuma. What do you think? What did you think to the other stuff, though, Aaron? Because you got that and the other one. I've forgotten the name of the other one. The Summit Builder. You'll know what it is. FD. That's it, mate. Thank you. Yeah, the FD. A third colour. The rest was FD, but it will be full Saki next year. Are you going heated then? Because if you're not, then you want to go with a staple instead. Apparently, that's what I was told, which is better for temperatures, but a little bit on the lower side compared to a heated pond. But I've got to admit, the staple makes tamasabas grow quite well. And only getting fed twice a day. I'm only feeding them twice, once in the morning and once in the evening. So yeah, it's good stuff.
What's your take on it, Gaz? Because you've used it, haven't you?
I only used it for a couple of months, but I will honestly say that the fish definitely put body on. I'm not saying they've got growth in length because I haven't measured any of them. I thought I'd just leave them be, and then I can go from, if I do it at summertime, that's roughly when I've had the pond 12 months in the bigger size.
Yeah.
So if I waited till summer next year, then measure them up again around about the time when I did my pond, then I'll see what kind of size difference I've got in a year. By that time, I'll have had a good half year on Saki, and I'll know if there's a difference. I will say this much, 100%, there is a lot less waste with Saki, by far less waste. Yeah. But I suppose if it's less waste and it's get pulled up drain quicker, then maybe I'm not noticing it because it's disappearing off. So,
is that why it gives better growth? Because the fish utilize all the elements of it rather than crapping half of it out.
This is a thing, mate. This is the bit where I always prefer when we've got people like Rick and we've got people like Matt and we've got people like Crafty,
right up his alley, isn't it?
Yeah, people that use it regular and have used it for longer than I mean, I'm not really in a position to be able to comment.
Me neither. I've never used it.
A particularly good summer this year. So, but I did use a high protein food and that mix with colour towards the last 3 months. More of the Saki with a little bit of the protein because the back end of the months were coming, it were cooling off a little bit. Then to the Saki with Saki and the colour, and then stopped putting the colour in and just did the Saki. And those last month or so, they definitely feed more on it. Definitely, 100%. They're definitely more interested in it than other foods that I've used in the past. I just can't wait to put a full season into it and see what they do then. But yeah. I personally think it's better for what I've seen. Clarity of the water, crystal clear in comparison to using higher protein other foods from other brands that have discoloured my water and turned it like almost brackish. Yeah, well, not brackish. That's not the right word. Tannins in it. So, yeah. But yeah, better. I'll say that much.
Problem is with the food, it's just so hard to actually really see the change in the fish. It's like, I don't know if you've seen the video that I posted last night on the group. The fish down in the pond are just absolutely amazing. I stopped and looked at them last night when I was walking through. I'll send you a picture of a video of it, Gaz. and everything is just unreal. The quality of the water, the quality of the fish. Is it the time of year now?
I think it probably is. Yeah, mine always look really good. The Benny on them looks really good this time of year. It seems to really pop as soon as the temperatures drop. Well,
yeah.
I was watching Aaron's video last night, and I thought his fish look really good. Colours on them really shone out. I'd never noticed them that bright before.
It does, doesn't it? Especially like the Saki that you got from New Forest, which obviously was a younger fish. That really did pop, didn't it? The Saroja was really nice. The Benny on the Sumi were looking. It does the colour does make a mass difference. It really does. Yeah. Let me show this. We'll share this one and all with. And what are these on, Matt?
Proline, which is made by Coppins. Now, when you think that one of the fish is on the back, that's 6 meters back and 8 feet deep, and one of the fish on the bottom of the pond at the back of the corner, you can see him as if it's clear as a bell.
Yeah,
it's nuts.
That's clarity, mate. That, isn't it? Again, that's from a good filter system and all, isn't it? You don't run.
No, it is a good filter, but it's not overloaded with filtration. I haven't got all singing and dancing skimmers, protein skimmers, ROs, any of that. It is just a drum, a bio, and a backy shower. But it's ironic, really, that I've been struggling all summer with it, and now it's just come absolutely perfect.
It always tends to do, though, doesn't it? Which is weird, and I don't really understand the process behind it as to why we get them looking so good as what we do. I mean, it's probably less food going in and all the rest of it than what we would normally use, but there always is a mass difference, isn't there? Come winter months, you wish you could
couple of frosts, all the colour drops out of the water.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
It's almost like you want to put the air source heat pump on, but on a chill. Cool.
Keep it like that, yeah. Keep it cold. I suppose like less daylight, less algae in your water, and all the rest of it. Less food going in, less waste. More clarity from that side of things. But Jeff says he's using Saki colour and Saki growth and colour, and it's doing very well. Where have you been anyway, ID Mister?
Jeff is heated though, isn't he?
Jeff is heated, yeah. That's the difference in it. I mean, if you were using Saki growth, you have to be heated, otherwise you're just wasting your money.
Yeah.
What we got there? Already a nice difference from using the Saki colour. Now then, that's one thing I was going to ask you, Ross. You're using Saki colour straight, nothing else. Are you not? I mean, most people put a third Saki colour into the mix with some sinking and some floating, just so that you get different variations of depth for feeding, and then go with the Saki colour, but only have a third, and a third type thing of all lot mixed up. But you going, I believe you're feeding just Saki colour, aren't you? Let us know. Jig says, Matt, you need to feed that deer. The body has disappeared.
I've just been told Kelly's just messaged me saying I need to decorate it.
Yes, you do.
Some tinsel around it,
and some baubles off its antlers.
My answer was bollocks to that, and she come back saying, "Are you the Scrooge?" And I went, 100%.
A nice Santa hat on it. That'll do it.
Yeah, Santa hat would be belting actually. A little bit festive.
Yeah, it'll be decorated for next week.
Now then, let's see. Yeah, just the colour. I think that's what all Rick fed in the tunnel. If Vince is still on, did he just feed colour? Is that all he did? I thought he'd done colour, staple, and something else.
Yeah, I thought he mixed.
Red nose needed. I thought before Jeff saying that, not speak later, guys, not been feeling too good. Well, I hope you are feeling better, mate. Last time I heard you come on, you were coughing and spluttering a bit, and you said you were coming down with a bit of something. So I figured that probably what it would have been. First test was just colour. Cheers, Vince. So it's all right then. So you can just feed just colour. I didn't know whether or not you were supposed to mix it in or not. That's why I asked, because I don't know if you know, does it blow the colour out on everything else if you just feed colour? I mean, I know it turns the Saroji yellow, doesn't it? So you get a bit of a heat to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously you can. The deer needs a red nose. The deer needs and then Comic Relief red noses. Yeah, you get to stick that on end. Paul Hutchinson says, I'm feeding Saki balance at the moment and sat at 18. But when I was heated at 25, I don't think I could have thrown the amount of food in without problems of any other food by 50-50 colour and growth and colour. Yeah, that's the thing. I think if you're feeding super, this is the thing. And I'm not saying it won't do by any way, shape or means. It's a very bold statement to make, saying that your food's going to do what it's going to do for anybody, for any company. I suppose the proof is in the eating of the pudding, isn't it? And the trials and what everybody gets. Now, I don't know of anybody, but if there's anybody out there in the audience that has used, 121 people watching right now, has anybody actually used the other product? Now, I want to make sure that I get it right. The Nutramare. I hope I'm saying that right. Nutramare. Has anybody actually used any of the Nutramare product? And if you have, what kind of growth, development, colour have you been having? Because I've heard of some that said they don't think it's been all that. And I've not heard of anybody that said anything different to that. I only know of one person that's used it and have said that they don't think it made that much of a difference with the colour enhancings of anything. But don't know. Has anybody used it? Let us know in comments, please, guys, if you've been using it. I personally believe that every pond's completely different and everybody will have different results from feeding whatever you feed. And the way to do it is to try it and trial it yourself.
Yeah,
and if
absolutely.
if it's so much more cheaper than any other product, and you have to let's say if it isn't as good as Saki, and your only difference that is you're not gaining in maybe 2 or 3 cm less. Is that 2 or 3 cm less worth the difference in the value? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, if let's say if you got, not guaranteed, but if you got the actual Saki Akari, for example, and then Coppens, and with Coppens you got 15 cm growth on a year on a torsi, but Saki give you 22, and the other one, the Nutramare, give you 18. You know, would it be worth the sacrifice for the price difference and lose not having to pay that big amount of money out?
If you're growing showfish, then yes, I imagine. But everyone else, does it really matter?
I've been using it, and I can show you physical results if you PM me. I've no interest in PMing anybody. This is your product, the product that you want to sell. I'm not here to push your product, mate. I'm here to put a platform out for people to sit and talk about and discuss things. You are welcome to come and do it yourself. Not a problem. Feel free to jump on if you've got anything that you would like me to show, so that you can show these, you know, types of claims you're making. Brilliant. Then I'm all for anybody coming out here and pushing themselves, pushing the companies, pushing an idea, pushing a design, whatever they've got. And then, you know, I've heard that statement so many times as well. I'm not paid by Nutramare to be or given food. I do not sell the food either. Well, there you go. If you've been using it and you've been having results with it, then that's a good thing, isn't it? Yeah. Come on. What's your average type of growth that you've been getting on a fish when? What in comparison to something that you've used before? Because I've heard many a koi store turn around and say, "Oh yeah, you want to use this stuff? It's fantastic. You take it home and throw it in your pond. Your pond looks like a bag of shit. You've got froth growing on it, and you get naff all on your fish in 12 months." You think, yeah, well, that did a lot of good. Didn't do no. But then again, I've used products where you were given a bit of good advice where they said, "No, this is a good food. It's not the best, but it's a good mid-range, and you will get good growth on it. It's, you know, it's above average." And you think, "Oh, I'll give it a try." And you try it and you think, "Oh, damn, They really enjoyed that food. They've ate it well. Water clarity's up. All right. I've got very little waste and I've gained a bit of growth, more than what I've done on the products that I've used the year prior. And you think, oh, happy days. Then you try something else. That's why I can't really say about what I'm using now. I can say that this much. They've definitely got a little bit more body on them than what they had prior. So that much is a good thing, but it's a bit of a kind of like negative testing sort of thing, because I didn't have long enough to be able to say, oh yeah, that was definitely caused by that.
Yeah, I mean, they could have put the same body on with your existing food. You just don't...
Yeah, you could have done. It could just be the pond change, volume of water difference, whichever. You know, there's too many factors in it to say, yeah, it was one thing. So
it's definitely the biggest problem as well. Is the variances. How do you do a comparison between one and the other when you haven't got exactly the same?
That's the thing, mate. That's my point. That's unless it's put into scientific test situations where you've got two ponds running side by side, one being fed one being fed another, with exactly the same setup. It's very difficult to say what you would get and what you can achieve without those conditions being met.
We set those 3 tanks up, didn't we, in the bottom polytunnel,
Yeah.
all identical, and there was about 4 degrees difference from the right hand to the left hand side.
And that was all the same. Yeah, it was literally 4 or 5 degrees difference, weren't there?
Yeah.
From one end where the door was to the opposite side. My pond at the far side was 5 degrees warmer than the first one, and 2 to 3 degrees warmer than the second one.
Yeah,
zero heating in there, nothing different, nothing changed, nothing. Yeah,
Those polytunnels, that.
Yeah, in a polytunnel, yeah. But the one end of it, and it wasn't that there was a mass gap to make a big draft there or anything, because the door was pretty damn tight.
Equal sunlight as it come round. It just couldn't figure it out.
So how do I give a truthful analysis of like these polytunnel lids we're talking about to go over the ponds? People are going to say, what is going to be the difference? And the plan is that I'm going to set up after Christmas 2 ponds, measure the temperatures. One will be identical. They'll be both smack in the middle of the garden, so that there's going to be no wind differences or anything like that. But then, you've just blown it out of the water there, because really, you got 2 identical ponds in the polytunnel.
Yeah,
yeah. You wouldn't have believed it until we actually, because we were like, go get some new batteries, Dad, and that's off we went. Go get a new battery to put it in and to check temperature, like.
And it's air temperature that warms it up, and surely the air in there is all the same, you would think.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah. Weird. So yeah, like you say, it's very hard to do an identical comparison with anything as a control.
Right, there we go. I'm currently growing 150 fish at 24 cm. 24 C, achieving 1 cm a week. I stopped feeding Saki and moved over to Nutramare purely to test and performance hasn't changed, and the clarity has improved massively. There you go. That's one true findings. But at 24 degrees, no matter what you were throwing at them, you should be receiving a cm a week, as long as it's got enough protein in them. I've done it, mate. I've put a fish in a tropical fish tank and grown it from 7 cm to 28 cm in 3.5 months, and I didn't feed any koi food at all.
Yeah,
I fed frozen bloodworm, Daphnia, mysis, and some sinking catfish pellets, and got growth. So I mean, prawns, chopped up prawns as well. That were another thing that they got. So yeah, I were averaging a cm to a cm and a half a week.
Yeah,
without koi food, nothing fed, koi food related at all. So yeah, they'll grow, but you just hit the element there, mate. 24 degrees. That's what's giving you the achievement. But the clarity side of it, if you've got better clarity from it and you've got less waste and more, improved massively on that, that's a definite bonus. But it would have been brilliant if the gentlemen themselves come on and Ted, what they've done and what they've used and what they've found and what they've performed. Hopefully one day, perhaps maybe they will do, because I'm all for that. If everybody and anybody that's watching here can turn around and say, wow, we watched a live show, we got some information, we give it a try and it worked. I mean, that screams volumes, doesn't it? Not for me, but for the company and for the product. So
that benefits all koi keepers, doesn't it?
Course
If
it does,
there's
yeah.
something
That's
out
the
there
whole
that's better
story
and
now,
cheaper.
We spoke about the new pond detox. Did they come back to you guys?
oh, sorry?
The pond detox stuff, the new one
No.
that's out.
No, nothing as of yet, mate. No. Did you? Did he send you out? Did you get out sent
No.
out? No.
No.
Well, that brings me in it.
It would be just interesting, like we said before with other people, it would be interesting to get them on and give their side of the story, on everything. We hear conflicting evidence on PPE in the ponds, etc. It'd be nice to get different points of views on those, and from a higher level of people that they've got the education behind it to actually argue the case.
Yeah. That's what I'd like to see more of anybody coming on with a product that they've got and being able to. I mean, it's all right, somebody turning around and saying, right, I'll take a product, I'll give it a try and see what I think. You just get one person's opinion on it, don't you? And you don't know I mean, the amount of times I've watched online of people that say, right, I'm going to do a review on this and I'm going to do a review on that. And then you don't hear no about it, other than the fact that they do the first initial video and you think, well, that were a great review. That were a bag of crap. What was the fucking point in saying you were going to do a review? There's so many people that have got these cactoiles in the pond and then gone, yeah, we're going to do a review on it.
I've not heard that word in about 12 months, cactoli.
Yeah,
that was all the thing, wasn't it? Then it just disappeared.
That's the only downside to the whole YouTubing koi keepers out there is one person does something and everybody pretty much follows suit. I'm not saying copying, but everybody, somebody has a good idea, comes up with a decent design, and everybody pretty much puts it into practice and puts it into play. And you think, oh, all right, well, yeah, you've done that. You've gone with putting this on. You've tried that. You've tried this. You've tried the other. But unless you have a go yourself, you don't really know, because there's very little comes back from it far after.
It's like the what's that thing that they put in the water that doubles the oxygen atoms or whatever? Everyone was doing that for a while, and then that's died a death.
Oh, the ozone.
That's it. Yeah.
Ozone will put. And I know Vince got an ozone product. I'm going to get I'm going to get ozone. I'm going to put it in my pond. That was it.
Yeah. Well, I can only assume it doesn't work, because I've not heard anyone's.
Everybody went out, rushed out and bought one, didn't they? But you don't really hear a great deal of difference about what happens and what clarity it made, what difference it made to most people's ponds. Some of the ponds that you've looked at, they don't even look like they're on there anymore. So how good was it? Does it do what it's supposed to do? Is it
probably killed all the fish?
Well, I'm not saying that, but
no,
if you don't get a follow-up to a review, then
yeah.
And like that, if you're putting it into a test situation where you've got one tank of fish growing at 150 fish at 24 degrees C, and you're getting a CM a week, have you got another tank full of fish growing with 150 fish in at 24 degrees C, trying a different product alongside of it, and then going, yeah, the clarity in this water is that, the clarity that, and, cross comparison? Or is it just what your eyes perceive it to be, better or worse?
Yeah.
No real way of doing it unless you're putting it to. But that's why I would hoping that the gentlemen that were involved in the product might come out and go, look, this is what we've done in tests. This is what we've achieved. This is what we've found from it. Hopefully one day, they will. But I mean,
that's what we were saying, wasn't it? Because there was lots of information in there, like it was removing all your metals from the pond.
Exactly. Yeah.
How does it actually remove the metals? Come on and explain.
That's what I mean. That's what I'd like to know. That's the ins and outs of it. I mean, you can claim it does all this and other, unless you've got a means of testing for all those metals or whatever, and having your water analysed. How do you know?
Yeah. It's not easy to extract metals from water.
Well, from what Rick was saying, it's kind of not possible.
But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And the only way that we could work it out was the metals were combining.
Yeah, and then being pulled out through your filter system.
And then going through the filter system.
Yeah.
But then eventually, if the metals are combined, they're heavier, so they're going to stay in the pond because they're not going to go down the bottom drain. or if they do go down the bottom drain, they're not going to have enough power to get the metals back up.
That's it. They'll be in the bends of the pipework, won't they, or whatever?
Yeah, exactly. So come on and explain that.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing, Matt. This is a reason why I've always said from start to finish, and I've said it to everybody that I've ever spoke with in past about it. I sit here every Thursday night and I learn something new myself. And when there's not somebody else on that like that can come on and tell you something, then you can only go on what your experiences are. And if you've not got as much experience as other people out there, the whole idea of putting this together was to get people in the industry, people in the know, people that have got more experience than you, to be able to come forward with this information, to put it out there, to make it available to everybody. Yeah, £177 crap, Ollie.
I think of the experience, what we used to do in sales was you would be giving out samples to individuals, whether it be users or shops, and giving the promotions to say, right, you sell 1,000 units of it and we'll give you an extra discount or we'll give you a prize for it or whatever. And of course, then everybody, as a marketing ploy, goes out there and sells it and says it's the best thing since sliced bread. But they can't justify it themselves, but it's all to do with marketing.
Yeah.
And that's probably why you see it with the YouTubers. I've got to go careful what I say here. Go with the YouTubers and shops, etc. Is that they are given those samples, so they feel obliged to go on and do the customary review. But then 3 months later, it's all forgotten about. Nobody's going to chase me up on it. I won't do a review and say what it actually performed because I don't know. I never saw any difference.
Yeah.
Well, he has Steel City Koi has given us a few more results. And I don't really like referring to you as Steel City Koi, so I don't know your name, mate. Sorry, but we've got Saki Akari is an excellent food. The benchmark for a proper koi food, Nutramare, is just as good for far less cost from my own findings. That if a true statement is banging, and that's what we want. It's what every koi keeper's been screaming for, isn't it? A cheaper alternative that does the job. And if it does do the job, then that's brilliant. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Same fish, same pond, same conditions.
Is it readily available in the UK then, Gaz, or we're
no,
waiting for it to?
Unfortunately, it's not. It's not readily available. I don't believe as of yet, but Steel City Koi might tell us different. I do know somebody that's ordered it, and when they ordered it, they ended up got placed on a back order because it wasn't available. But that was after they placed their order that they found out that it wasn't available, which is take your money and then we'll give you your food.
It's no good if you've got hungry fish to feed, is it?
Yeah, if you didn't matter, if you didn't really need some and you bought some in advance, then
fair enough.
That's fair enough, and you're made aware that that's cool. But if you really were short and you wanted to run out and buy some, I don't know of anywhere that stocks it. So where is stocking it, Steel City Koi? If you know, is there any shops in the UK that are actually stocking it right now for us to be able to pick up, go out and buy a bag to try it?
Yeah.
I don't know if there is.
That's what we all really need to do. Give it a trial.
Brand's Family Koi Adventures. I can't say it's a bad food because it's not. It did all right. I had longer on Takazumi than Nutramare, but I just think for my fish they preferred Takazumi, and I felt waste levels may have been better. There you go. See, less waste again. Another person saying the same thing. To say that you're not pushed or promoting or anything, that's got a lot to say about Nutramare for just a business that doesn't stock it, buy it, or supply it. There's got a lot to say about it. 12 weeks I've been feeding Nutramare, swapped straight from Saki Akari, no mixing, no bashing Akari at all. It's an excellent food. And I think that's what I mean. To be fit, right, everybody says Saki Akari is excellent. And I don't really know yet if it is, but I do think it is better than the stuff, way better than what we're feeding before. But the price of it is astronomical.
Yeah.
And the fact that we get charged what we get charged from it, in my eyes, is downright daylight robbery. That's just my opinion. And again, all this is always just an opinion. But if something like Nutramare is a better food, not a better food, or equivalent food made with good ingredients at a reduced price by half, I don't think I'll be underestimating when I say that. I think it's probably half the price of what you would say. Well, maybe not, because it's 10 kg bag as opposed to a 15 kg bag. But I would dare bet if you was to buy, 2 bags of it, you'd still be saving on what you would be a bag of Saki growth.
Yeah.
And you get good results on it, then isn't that what we've all been looking for?
Yeah, absolutely.
What size pellets, Steel City? What size pellets did they say? Right, hang about. Wait, that's one hell of a statement to make, though. Hang about. Let's make sure we get this right. I also pay for the food, which is that's cool, mate. Thanks for the time and attention. Look, mate, honestly, mate, this is I really wanted the guys to come on and join it, and I really wanted to make sure that all the right information got out to the public.
Looks like the food is all 4.5 mil, Gav.
All 4.5 mil. Well, that's good. That's better than all then,
Yeah,
because it ticks the box for being a smaller pellet, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know how that work in my feeders, eh?
Marcus has said plenty of people, myself included, have shown what Saki and the right conditions can do. I myself have not seen the same for Nutramare. I've started using Saki because I saw the results. I believe that there is a sinking which comes into a 15 kg for the same price per kg.
No.
Per kg.
The sinking is £125.
See, that's still cheaper, isn't it? That's still cheaper than a bag of Saki Balance.
Yeah.
But it's just a 360 only in the sinking.
Steel City Koi says, Marcus, please try the food. I tell you what, mate, right, Steel City Koi, if you contact your ladies and gentlemen that are out there that are supplying this food, and they want to supply me with a couple of bags worth of food, and I'll try your product, and I'll try your product for a 12-month period, and I'll show what results difference it makes on my channel. How about that? You supply the food, and I'll do you a proper trial of it, and we'll document the whole job lot. And if it makes zero difference, then don't blame me. My fish don't grow anyway. It's just bad fish and bad cold water.
So long as it don't shrink, guys.
I did just see that Paul Hutchins said, I agree, Marcus. Yes, it's painful buying a bag of Saki growth and colour. So if you don't want that pain, I don't recommend Saki Balance over anything else. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was told, mate.
Yeah.
Gaz, in my opinion, if Ricky endorses this Nutramare, it would sell massively, especially as he would explain and show the evidence which would convince the hobbyist to swap. It would, mate. Yeah, probably would. To condition the fish to win GC at a major show proves the quality of the food, in my opinion. I just find with koi keeping, everyone wants a slice of the cake. There's a lot of guff out there that wants money on. YouTubers give us some insights, decent way to do homework. Yeah, that's it, decent way to do homework. There is a shipping, and it's coming at the end of this month, currently coming through customs. No shops will be stocking it. Nutramare will be sold direct throughout website only. Now then, why is it that you're not going to put it into a shop? Is that because they'll end up with a markup increasing the price to it, and therefore you won't be able to offer it at the price that you've got it at present? Or is that a case of you've not been able to get any suppliers that take it on to sell it for you yet, mate? There's a question, not a statement. I would imagine it's probably the first where,
yeah,
if it goes to a dealer's, they're going to put their markup on it.
they're going to want to put 50% on or whatever.
You're not going to, you're not going to get the same price, and it'll end up just the same price as every other food out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, that's good because they're cutting out the middleman and they're passing the benefit on to us for a change.
Now, there was Dave Gardner
same
there
time,
was putting, I won the GC with a fish that was fed on Nutramare. Banging food, noticed significant growth. I was on Saki before.
Mm.
There you go. Now then, what age was the fish? Because GC's grand champion, isn't it? So that's the big be all and end all, massive fish. And if you got good body and you got good conditioning on a fish that's already a big fish on the stuff, then obviously it's got to be doing a good job, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Which is what we want to hear. That's what you want to hear. Budget allowing, mine get Saki if I can afford it. Now, right. Let's play devil's advocate a little bit. If Saki hadn't been pushed out there onto every YouTube channel, I'd have never heard of it.
No.
Which says something, right? Everybody gets good results on it, but all those that are getting good results on it, just how poorer results would they have had if they were still feeding with the same conditions, i.e. water temperatures and etc., etc. If you're on a heated pond, then technically you should be getting growth anyway if you're feeding a good food.
Yeah.
But how many of us have actually gone out there and thought, you know what, I'm really going to do my research on it? How many of you out there in the audience right now can tell me the contents of a Saki Akara? And do you know what the percentages of let's say, spirulina is in it or whatever, any of the ingredients? Do you all know it because you've looked it up, or do you all know it because you've gone, you know what, that YouTuber using it, he's got massive results on it, I'm going to start buying it?
Yeah.
Not that it doesn't work, I'm not knocking that, but what influences us to make these decisions and change them and change to a different food is normally what we see others doing. And then we give it a go, give it a try and think, God damn, that does make a difference. Is the price bracket, that massive price jump, the big difference about it though? Does that make enough to warrant the mass difference in, you know, years? Nope, JPD for me. And that's a bloody good food though, isn't it? Again, I've heard a lot of people that say JPD and use it, and I've always used it and will maintain using it because they've had the same experience and they've had good growth on it. And good,
I'd say it's about on par with Takazumi.
Yeah, Takazumi. But I mean, I've heard other people say Takazumi is brilliant, but I've also heard people say Takazumi, I got loads of waste on it.
Yeah, it's horses for courses, isn't it? Everyone's pond's different. Everyone's fish react differently. There
you go. 5-year-old fish, and it's a male fish, and the body and colour is just amazing. So that's a big fish already. To keep, maintain, and get body on a fish on like that, on a fish of that size, it's got to be doing something good on it. It's got to be doing something right, because a big fish to get size, gain growth, gain the rest of it takes a lot of doing, doesn't it? You've got to get a lot of stuff into a fish to keep growing. Tetrapond sticks for me. I missed a bit out there. You still using your what was that thing? Ozone. You're still using it, but you're a marine though, so you know what you're doing with all that shit because you've been doing it for donkeys. I think the Joe Blogs average koi keeper that went out and bought one and stuck it on the pond didn't got a clue what they were really doing with it, in my opinion. But
yeah,
not all. Before everybody starts hurling rocks, and Gaz said again. Oh, I'm going to touch on a little subject, which is a little bit off subject, and I'm going to touch on it because one, it happens every week, and for the life in me, I cannot understand why it does. Every Thursday, I get 2 people subscribe. And every Friday, 2 people unsubscribe. I'm just wondering if there's 2 people that come to the show that think they need to be subscribed to watch. Well, you don't. You don't need to be subscribed to watch. You need to be subscribed to comment, because what I do is I always add a 5-hour timer from the time that I've made the live, so that only subscribers could comment, and you have to be a subscriber for 5 hours. So to the 2 persons that keep subscribing every Thursday night in preparation for the live, you're never going to be able to comment unless you remain a subscriber. So unsubscribing and subscribing every 2 minutes is neither doing you any good, because you can't get on. And if you're wanting to get on so that you can watch, you don't have to subscribe to watch. You can still watch without being a subscriber. The only benefits to being a subscriber is, 1, helps grow my channel a little bit. 2, you get a notification to let you know when the next bit of content out or the next video is, and it pushes it out to you and the subscribers first before everybody else on YouTube. That's the only bonus and the benefit to it. And that those little subscriber numbers go up or down for me. It doesn't really make any difference. The main reason why I say it is that what makes a difference for a channel or a YouTuber is the algorithm. The algorithm's pushed out and shared to people. First people it pushes it out to is you, the subscribers. The second one is the newer market, the newer audience, when they realize that people are enjoying your content. The third one is the thumbs up, because more engagement, more people are pushed out because of the engagement. And the other one being is, if you're not a subscriber, it don't make an ounce of difference. If you're clicking and watching, I still get paid. So you don't have to be a subscriber one way or the other. I just thought I'd touch on that one, because every Thursday and every Friday it does the same thing. Goes up 2, drops 2, goes up 2, drops 2. But if you don't want to be a subscriber, that's fine. You can still watch without being. You just won't be able to comment.
Please stop doing it, because it winds the hell out of him. I hear about it every freaking Friday morning.
I just don't see the point. Why if you subscribe just prior to the live and then unsubscribe the day after, do you not see the little bit does it not show that bit at the bottom where it says subscribers of 5 hours or more? Do you not see that?
I don't on mine.
You don't.
That's because I'm watching it on my phone.
Maybe that's why then. Maybe they didn't know. But I just don't want to be.
Maybe they're watching it on the phone, Gaz, and they're not getting the comments.
Well, maybe so. I just don't want to be blocking people from being able to type or wanting to put a question in if they had something to ask, because if they're thinking they've got to subscribe to watch, which you don't, that's the point in the topic. I live in. Hang about. I just jumped up massively there. Davy's here to back up what I'm saying. There you go. That's where we were. Budget allowing, mine gets Saki. If I can't afford it, then Takazumi is second best for me. And a lot of other people have said exactly the same thing, Craig. They've all turned down and said that I bet I sound like Victor Meldrew. Mate, if you ever heard me moan, boy, would you fucking know about it. Because I can moan with the best of them. Sure can. I'm not going to deny it. I do have a good gripe and a win. I did a lot of moaning today. A heck of a lot. Family Cat Fishing said, I live in Denmark and I've tried 360 goldfish and it was super good. I have not tried the koi feed yet, since I haven't made a pond in the new house, yet. Or in the new house yet. Are you making it in the house or at the new house?
Saves on heating.
Oh, Steel City Koi says, I believe there is a free meal which will be coming in later on in December. That's
perfect.
Good. That's one thing that peed me off a little bit with going to Saki, because I did prefer having the free meal.
I like the 3 mil. It's more versatile for me for the smaller
fish.
Yeah,
because it's perfect for toe side, and if you've got smaller fish, you can wang it anywhere.
Goldfish. Yeah,
but they do the toe side. They do one of the brands is just for toe side, and that is
higher protein for the toe side normally as well.
Yeah, I was looking at it.
58% or something instead of 38.
Toe side is in 2.5 mil.
Oh, cool. Even better.
Top Chagger says, about time you started getting something out of the channel, Gaz lad. Yeah, mate. Well, I don't get no out of it. That's the truth, mate. It barely. Seriously, when you work out for it, I mean, and I don't do anything in comparison to what some channels do. when you work out your years up and down in traveling here, there, and everywhere, and bits and bats that you buy and what have you, and you know, all these new things that you change and you alter on your pond, your channel barely even covers the cost of any of it. But for me, it's about putting the content out and having the fun that we do doing it, and you getting to see any of it if you enjoy it is a bonus. So it's not about what we make, because I ain't going to be retiring at any time soon. That is for damn sure.
And I enjoy doing it because I get the opportunity to have a drink.
Exactly. That's the best bit, mate. I've just run out of goddamn vodka, so I need to go shopping. But
Yeah,
the best, that's honestly,
the I do it so I can drink a can of Pepsi.
That's me too, as I am also on the Pepsi. The thing about doing this and doing YouTube, more than anything for me, is literally been the mates that I have made along the way. I've got some red wine, Mark. Might do that, but yeah. I might have this Coke and then I'll go get myself a glass of red wine, Mark. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is what it is, Top Chagger. Be good if we did, but we don't. It's very rare. I'd love to get some sponsors. I'd love to get somewhere like EA turning around and say, "Would you try this? Would you use this? Would you use these products?"
It's time next year, Rodney.
I really would. I'd love it. And I tell you what, I would make sure that I give it a proper good review, and I would make sure that I use the products and tell everybody exactly what I thought of it. An honest review, because there's one thing, Gaz, is
that's why they're not getting in touch.
Definitely honest. It might be the case, does it? Might just be it. Gary Robson says there, ignore the bag price. What's it cost per kg?
85 divided by 10. £8.50 a kilo. Yeah.
Yeah.
James the Coyote Whisperer was giving some to try, ain't heard shit about it after it was put in his feeder.
See, and that is a prime example. So
that's exactly what I'm talking about. You hear so much stuff about these products, and you get it in the initial video, and it gets chucked in a whatever, chucked in the pot, and mix it all up, do this, do that, do whatever, and that's it. You don't get another video saying, "Do you know what? Now after 6 months of using this product is this," and you know why? Because nobody watches. If it were the same drivel week in, week out, people just go, all right, yeah, dead interesting that.
Well, Gaz, it's like growing shows. How many growing shows go back after 2 years or whatever to go through the results? No.
Hardly any.
Hardly any at all.
I reckon on one of these, what they ought to do, and for marketing, it doesn't pay because obviously you've got, say, a 6 month window of nothing happening. But what would be good on those reviews is this week, we're going to give you our review that we did.
Yeah, exactly. Those quieter months. Yeah.
Next month, next week, we'll give you the results of the last 6 months. So this is a pre-recorded review, me telling you that what about this food. And next week, we'll be back to give you the results of that 6 months. That's more interesting. Because like what you just said, guys, you forget about it. You know, nobody's going to be sat around waiting for the results of whoever's trial that they've done. 6 months later, it would have been forgotten about. And since the person that's had the food to do the trial has forgotten about it as well. And then the ones that are given a bag, how can you say you can do a trial on one bag of food? You ain't going to make diddly squat difference to a fish.
That's what I mean. That's what I say. You'd have to do, right, let's say, for example, if they sent me a year's supply, I'm not saying you should, but you can. Thanks. If they were to send me a year's supply, I'd have to do this season feeding it, and I'd have to do a measure up and seeing what they did. But then it only takes something like the summer to be better than what we had last year.
Yeah,
exactly. And bang, I've got better growth.
Yeah.
It needs to be in a controlled environment for you to be able to say whether or not you got the same results and the same again next year to say, right, I tried this food now for this year. Please, Saki, send me a year's supply of it and give that a go. And that's
why no one does it, Gaz, because no one can guarantee those
exactly. That's the
conditions.
thing, isn't it? Unless you've got test room conditions, you can't really do it, can you?
No.
But you can give an honest review on what your thoughts and opinions are. And if you've had good results for it and you've had to clean your filters less for it, or your bottom of your ponds had less shit in it, then if you've had better clarity.
And the truth is on it, Gaz, it's like me. I'm just thinking of our polytunnel that we're building. I have got 2 separate tanks, exactly the same volume, either side of the polytunnel. So temperatures, I guess, are going to be moderately the same. Same filtration, same level of filtration. I could put 2 lots of fish in each tank.
In each one and
do
try
a trial
it. Yeah.
over the whole.
That's what it needs.
But I can't afford to.
Meaning that's what anything, any product needs.
But how can you justify
a genuine opinion of it?
But surely the manufacturer should factor all this in with the research and development when they're producing the stuff.
That's what I was hoping from the 2 gentlemen that was giving me an ear bashing at the weekend. That's what I was hoping from them. And he even gone, here, look, right, you believe we put out some incorrect information, which technically wasn't incorrect. It was kind of guessed at a little. And then that I can see how it comes across wrong. But we're sitting here every evening, every Thursday evening, doing what we're doing, which is basically 5 or 6 mates sitting about, having a natter and a chat. Some in the industry, some of just keepers, hobbyists, and some of us just here to learn. Drinking a few drinks, having a few laughs, and inviting you guys along for the ride. And it's easy for somebody to slip into what it did, right? But to put out the offer of saying, there's a chance, here's the opportunity. We made a wave in the koi scene this year with the shows, and we've made a wave now within the koi food. So the indication would be that, all right, it's not the biggest platform out there, that the Thursday Night Live is therefore a platform. What people might listen to or come and watch. So why not use the space and the availability to showcase yourselves to get the right relevant information out, should you want to do? I'm all for it. That's what it's about. You want to introduce and you want to grab the community and say, use our products. Then,
because what you're offering is a broad slice of the whole spectrum. You've got amateurs, you've got professionals, you've got breeders, you've got dealers. Where else can you get that?
Nowhere, mate. Just here at the GKP.
Exactly.
Hence the reason why we're just a bit of a laugh and a bit of joke, but it's there. It's an option. If these guys wanted to, I'll be on my 30 minutes so much I want to add here. Here we go. Yes. Coming back with it. Have that. Have this. Have that. But that's the point, though. This having people like Rick, having people like Crafty, having people like Matt, having people like Daz, me, and anybody else, forgetting that, obviously, I pay for this platform so we can have 12 people on for a reason. Join if you want to join. That's what it's there for. Come on, use it. Come on and give your opinion. Come on and tell us the facts behind whatever it is that you would like to put the facts out behind. And then that way we know, but that's mint. I like that. I like that it's coming in free mill. And if I get some to try, that's a bonus for me because free mill's good, clarity's good, and it makes all your fish grand champions.
Yeah.
Where else can you get that? So if I start showing next year and I don't win,
if it's as good as they say, I'll switch to it straight away because I'm paying that for no disrespects, but Japan mix.
Mr. Dave Gardner, if I don't win when I start feeding it and I take my fish to show and I don't get a grand champion, I'm calling you out. Only messing. Craig says, for me, it's the amount of feed Ricky uses. If it was that good, hang on, let me make sure I get this right. If it was that good, he'd be on it and slash his costs. There's a reason he pays Saki prices. We've all seen why. And by that, Ricky, you mean Ricky Stoddart?
Yeah, I was thinking the other Rick first. Yeah.
Rick. Well, who knows, Craig? I mean, it could be the fact that Ricky Stoddart's got a really good price deal with Saki Akari, that he gets it more reasonably. I'm not saying he does because I don't know, and there'd only be Rick that could say whether or not he did, and he probably wouldn't. But if you're a dealer and you're buying in large amounts, the more you buy of everything or anything, the cheaper it becomes. It might be a case of he's getting some better deal from it. That'd be the reason that he does use it. There we go. Control the market, control the prices, Umber Croy saying, and Steel City Coy saying exactly that, the point you made, Gaz. The price is fixed at 85 to keep the cost the same no matter who is selling it.
Yeah,
and
that's fair.
That's fair. And that,
yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Market price, yeah, without the 50% markup. Well, that's the thing, mate. That's
exactly. That is right. It is 50% markup normally.
Yeah. But that's business, isn't it?
I got to stop you there because I know the prices or the cost prices of the Saki, and there is no way.
Oh no, maybe not on some.
Not with Saki.
Maybe not
generally
on
other stuff.
On that stuff. But let's say, for example, if it were to be completely blunt to it, I'm not going to ask you for prices. If you bought a fish for X amount of pounds, you put your markup on it, or otherwise you wouldn't be in business, would you? You can't buy it and sell it for what you got it for, or otherwise there is no business market, is there? There is no business plan. So the average person buys a product and either puts a 30% or 40% markup on it. Some people put 50% on it, or otherwise, by the time you've put your electric, your costing, your water rates, everything into it, you'd be in negative and you won't be turning a profit, which there'd be no point trading. We all understand how business works. It's relatively simple.
But a lot of
some of it is sold literally for next to nothing. Just to get stuff.
And then normally the manufacturers don't stipulate that we have to advertise at the RRP.
Yeah.
So EA, there isn't anybody that's advertising less than the RRP is at risk of being stopped from being sold.
Yeah.
You know, like the website, my website is, because I'm on my own, it's the hardest thing to keep on top of. If you imagine how many parts you've got in the website, every time you have a price increase, which from my wholesalers, all I get is, we've had a price increase, please see attached list. But it's not the individual items that have increased. It's the whole list. So you've got to go through and find out which items have changed to update your website. And in the past, I've had items where I haven't updated my website, and I've had phone calls saying you need to change that price on the website, because if you don't, we'll stop selling it to you.
Yeah.
You know, and that is why it's called the RRP.
In
a lot of cases.
But the difference being, Matt, is if you got it up at a recommended retail price, if you put it above the recommended retail price, would they be bothered that way?
No.
Funny that.
I can guarantee you guys, you won't find anything unless somebody has done a mistake. You won't see something above the RRP because he won't sell any of it.
There'd be no point, would it? Because nobody would, unless you was the only place where the only.
You got monopoly on it, yeah.
And you had the monopoly.
Well, I had it the other day. It was the Aqua 40 feeder, and in 1 week I had 5 orders come through, and I was like, "That is bloody really weird," because I don't generally sell them because I don't like them. They've got issues because of the way that they're built, in the sense that the water gets up onto the tray, stopping the food going down, and then all of a sudden you have a pile up. And then I had this order come through, another order, and it was because everybody had put their prices up to the RRP. I never saw it. I left it at the previous price, and of course everybody was buying from me.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Go on, don't unsubscribe, chat. It is what it is, mate. That's one. I tell you what, if I would be up there with some of the big boys with the amount of people that have unsubscribed from me. That is for sure. I'm telling you, it's scary when I look at the amount of people that I've lost. But you know what they say: some people bring smiles to the channel when they join us, others when they leave.
Yes. Better to have subscribed and lost than never subscribed at all.
That's it. Yeah. £200 a week on Saki. Thank God.
Bloody hell.
And when we talk about the Saki, do we honestly
is.
believe that the dealers, or sorry, everybody that claims to be, is only feeding the Saki? Because as that example that's just come up on the screen there, you imagine on the quantities that some people be holding, how can they realistically just be feeding Saki? Especially a distributor, wholesaler, whatever we want to call them. Why would they be feeding Saki food when they're only potentially holding their fish for the quarantine period before they go out to the dealers?
Seska says, I have a yammy about 60 cm with a bent tail. Is that measured 60 cm whilst it's bent? If you straighten it out, is it 75? I'm joking. Had him 16 years now and feed it sake. That's quite common, isn't it, though, the bent tail in the fish? And
It is. It just can develop more or less overnight as well. I've had it with fish where they've been straight one day and the next day the tail's got, you think, what the hell?
Start whispering, Gaz, and then Craig Stubbs he'd put dog shit in his pond if it was free. Oh, dear. Like Claude says here, I watch lots of koi tubes. Do not understand why you guys are not on the freebie trial rota. I learn far more from your channel and the team than the other rubbish I watch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Claude. I'm sorry to all those others that I was putting out rubbish. It's do you know what it is, mate? It's if your face fits, it fits. If it doesn't, then it doesn't, does it? And I don't believe there's not many people like Yorkshiremen, because Yorkshiremen are straight shooters and we say how it is. And a lot of people get rather offended by it. But what I always say is that's for you to deal with, not me, because it's you that's offended. And if it offends somebody being honest and truthful, well then, so fucking be it.
What have you done to him? What did you say?
See, not bad. He's gone.
That didn't take long, did it?
Come back. You forgot you detached your head and left it on wall again. I'm thinking about getting a water test meter for filter house. What tests would you recommend? pH, DTS, ARP, XE? They're expensive, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're like the Blue Lab Guardian and all the rest of them. Dave, what I would say is, have you got problems? Are your fish healthy, and are they all okay? Are they growing well, look fine, and all that kind of thing? If they are, then my whole saying, mate, is if it ain't broke, why fix it?
Exactly.
I think the biggest one out of that one.
I feel a rant coming on.
I probably
Never. I don't rant.
I think if I was choosing one of those meters, I'd choose a pH.
Yeah, I'll go
pH. Yeah, go with pH. But you can get
pH and ammonia are your two most important.
Yeah, but you can't get a test for. Oh, if you're doing the digital ones, is that what I mean in the water tests for the filter house? You can get if you depending on what you want to spend, Dave, because you can get the Blue Lab Guardian, which does your pH, your KH, and solids. Is it solids?
TDS, is it the
TDS?
dissolved solids?
And that's 3 in 1. So whether or not if you bought 3 of the individual testers, depends what you were wanting to test for, mate.
You got
this is about, we need to get this in right quick, because I think this is a real good idea. Everybody, write your answer down in the comments. Crafty's takeaway when he gets in. I'm saying
he's listening.
He's at least 3.
I'm going to go with a double Big Mac cheeseburger meal. You know, which means he'll have shitloads of burgers and stuff. And McDonald's, me. I'm going McDonald's. What are you saying? What are you saying?
KFC Matt? Bargain bucket.
KFC bargain bucket from.
I reckon Crafty's had a bad week, so he'd be taking a Tesco's meal deal.
Not a fucking chance.
That's just a snack.
Curry no rice from Dave. That was last week's, wasn't it? So, and we got right evening from Jodikoi Adventure. Jodikoi Dave, sorry. Evening from yourself. McDonald's, Indian curry no rice, Indian for Crafty, Mackey's from Twisted, Ruby Murray, McDonald's, Guardian only, PH, TDS, and Temp. I thought you did KH as well. Sure you don't do KH? KFC from Claude, Mackey's from Ian. In a dictionary is having for a takeaway. Pizza, Chinese, McDonald's, first of the evening, my ass. But he's had one already. And then, no, they don't. All right. I thought they did. Chinese from Jodikoi Dave. When Crafty comes on now, he's going to be wondering what the hell we're all talking about. Mackie D's from Daz. Maybe Crafty will have a bowl of Nutramare. Alan Tate says he's a large gentleman, 115 Big Macs. Pizza is always the right answer. Whatever it is, it'll be triple what I've had.
Alan can't be talking about Crafty. He's called him a gentleman.
Yeah.
A packet of Rennies after Saki cost statement. There we go. Let's see when he comes in. We're all going to find out if we were right or not.
Yeah, I got a question for you too.
Profit per bag, bollocks. What is Crafty? That's bollocks. We got that's bollocks in there. I've been using Cuttlebrook UK koi farm for quite a few years. Food great, no problem. With water quality, fish look great. There you go. See, this is what I mean. Everybody has so many different education pieces coming. There's so many different types of foods out there, and so many different people use so many different things. You would never really know who to go with what, would you? I mean, honestly, you've got to take your mates' opinions as well. Because if Crafty says I'm watching, well, the only person that you want to say out bad to is Mr. Tate, because he said you were having 115 Big Macs, mate. So, Charles.
And there's some people that mix up their own food. They mix half a dozen different brands together.
Craig says those brummies are the same, guys. No one likes us either. You ain't wrong there, guys. Hang about what you're saying. Are you agreeing? You agreeing? Well said, Claude. I've learned so much from the GKP and the panel. Gaz should be honest on the sponsor. It is what it is, mate. Won't lose no sleep over it. It's not. Yorkshire men are cricket bats. I totally agree. We definitely are. 100%. I think it's the 50% plus was meant as a comparison to Japan prices, not dealers making it. Yeah. Yeah. Some things. I bet there's some things out there with a 50% markup.
Oh, there's some things out there with 100% markup.
I mean, there's one true way we can find out. We can pay for the books of a limited company and find out exactly what they're charging for it all. I shall apply for it on yours, Matt. Whatever that insult you just hurled at me was then, you muted so we didn't hear it.
It wasn't an insult. I'm a sole trader, not limited.
Ah, shit. No rice, curry rice. There we go. There's all those messages that came.
Yeah, question for you, Gaz and Daz. I saw it on Facebook the other night, and I was surprised. Yeah, I was surprised at the answers. So I don't even know who the guy was, but the question was.
Well, I'll say it was Steve. Steve said.
Steve
so we protect the innocent.
I think it was called Stevie Wonder, but here we go.
Well, this is a good one.
The question was, we're in the winter months. We're not feeding our fish. Do I need to carry on testing my water?
Right. I've said this and we've said this and we've said it many times. Through summer, spring, autumn and winter, there is no change within your routine of what you would do and how you would look after your fish. They still require care and taking good care of. They're still the same.
The answer, which I will ask the question that wasn't answered in there, was, is there anything that you would do during the winter months that you wouldn't necessarily do so heavily during the summer months?
Feed.
Sorry?
You wouldn't feed as much in the winter months.
Yeah, no, on your testing. Is there anything of the testing that you would probably do more of during the winter months that you wouldn't necessarily have to do so often during the summer months? And not one person commented. There was loads of answers.
Well, if it
And
were
most of
me,
them,
mate,
to be
right, I would be completely honest, right? I do all the tests because it's cool. And the reason why I do all the tests is it pisses me off. Yeah, having all those little, working them all out, giving it a little time. Well, that's what I mean. This is the thing. That, right, to you, that's a ball egg, and I can understand you've got 55 ponds. So, yeah, ball egg. To me, I've got one pond. It's one lot of tests. And I can't do with seeing that bottle that's empty and the other 4 that are not because I've not used them. I have to buy another set and get them all over again. Now I've got 3 sets of them. So now I use them all the time, every time, just for shits and giggles.
So what during the winter months then are you more likely to have an issue with?
pH.
Yes. Not one person out of, well done, pH, DH, KH, not one person had commented to say that's what you need to keep an eye on.
My water's that odd. I never had a problem with it at all.
Why though, Matt? Why would you
the
have
amount of rain?
Yes.
So, no, hang on, guys. So,
I agree. Totally agree. Melted snow, whatever, and all the rest of it going in there.
So what we found, and this came apparent 2 years ago, I had lots of people message me having problems with the fish. And they'd done their normal, which you would do, the ammonia, nitrate. Everybody was happy. They were doing the pH tests when I was telling them to. And basically what it was where they were on the drums and they were using, say, the filter drum where it's using the water from the pond level was coming down. The pH was coming down. Sorry, the level of water was coming down, but it was always being topped up with rainwater.
Yeah. So
the GH to KH was dropping all the time, and then coming through into the spring when everything started to come back to life, and I was seeing mass like pH 5.5, all going the opposite direction, doing the hardness 0. There was nothing in there. And it was because all winter, it was just being diluted.
Yeah, I've noticed it, mate. This last week before, we've had quite a fair bit of rain. And the week before that, we got a fair bit of snow. And I've had to let water out twice. And looking at my pond this evening when I've come home again, my netting, the pond water level now is lapping the edge of the pond and touching the netting, which I only let out 600 litres to let it down. And within a matter of days, that's gone back up 600 litres and some, because water will have overflowed into garden too. So, yeah, 100%, mate. But I like just to do all the tests anyway, just for shits and giggles, just because I enjoy it. And I want to try see if I can actually get my test kit to run out together all at once. Which doesn't
I like Ricky's method. So where he come over to me and he wanted to test, he bought one of the fish to go back into the breeder. And he come over and he said, I need to test your water. And I was like, you cheeky fucker. Rick, you can't come over here and say you want to test my water. But he only wanted to test the pH.
Yeah.
What he did, and he put the drops in, and I was like, Rick, you've only put 2 drops in. He said, yeah, but I've only put half the amount of water in the vial.
No, but you see that hang about because
And I love
on
that.
my
Tight
particular
bits.
test, it needs 10 mil to 5 drops. So you're saying I'd have to get 2.5 drops
to
It's
5
gonna be a
mil.
bit
Yeah.
hard. But it depends on the kit. If you could split it to see where
That's
it's
not a bad idea, actually.
Ricky's a bit of a ninja, so I think what he did was he had a knife. And when the drop fell, he went like that and cut it in half.
But the other half
But,
drop,
yeah.
where did that go? Or did
Yeah.
you whip it before it flipped off?
That bit
It
was
must be
in the bottom,
fast.
I think. But when you think about it, it does make sense, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
does.
With it, you test to go twice as far, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If you could do it and work it out. Never gas, always one's run out first. It does, mate, 100%. And then I tell you what else is really bad, especially on the NT's lab kits. If you don't keep those in a as it says, out of sunlight in a cool environment, and
dry
your
out.
ammonia first number one just evaporates out of the bottle itself. That's really bad for it.
The main one you need.
There you go, Michael. You need to amend that because at the end of the day, next time, only buy half a kit or ask somebody for an old kit because you're just throwing your money away. If you're not using it, mate, why are you buying it? That's right, though, isn't it? If you're going to get it, buy it, use it, do it weekly. You know, when your lass is giving you a bit of jip and you think, you know what, I'm sod you, I'm off to my filter shed. Do a test. You'll have to buy free tests in you, mate, if that's the case. You don't like our lass, because there's many a time I could go to that filter shed. That is for sure.
That's the only reason we keep koi, so it can go and hide in the bloody shed.
It is. Because the gardening, now I've got my garden pretty much how I want it. I don't really have a right lot more to do. So,
well, your next level is to build 3 or 4 sheds, so then they don't know which one you're in. You keep moving about.
Yeah, you see,
First one building another shed.
There's like 6 sheds in your.
Well, this is then you dig tunnels underneath to connect them, so you can't even see when you're moving about.
Yeah, the old. Oh, still got that video playing in the background. Hang about. Did you send me? I wondered why I'm getting a flashing. It was a message from you, Matt. Thank you. Now then, we did get one question. It always was the one question, as people are not really wanting. Oh, look at that. Go on then. Seeing as though you've shared it, Tony, I'll put it on. This is an horrible fish. I don't even know. I mean, I personally think Dave should just move it on now. It's wow. There it is. Can we make that bigger? Can we make that? Oh, there we go. That is
That's got
the
some
GC that he fed up on Nutramare. But
that's a banger.
There was the 5 years prior to that fish being fed on Saki Akara.
Yeah.
We've got to give credit where credit's due. Nutramare didn't do it all. But still got nice penny on it, nice Roger.
It has.
Not bad that, mate. I think you've had it long enough now. Though. It's time to move it on and get yourself another project. I shall take care of it for you.
Yeah, swap it
It'll
for a
never
toe
grow
side.
Anymore. I shall keep it forever like that. It will look forever that way. Perfect. Bang at that, mate. Absolutely lovely. In fact, World of Chagoi, that is the magazine that Crafty spoke about before in the past. I'm pretty sure that's out of. And that is, again, one hell of a magazine to have a look through, guys. And it does post all the results from all the fish that's out there. Not allowed, guys. Chasing Koi says, what's not allowed? Anything's allowed. What? What's not? To give it away? You can give it away. 81 cm. Shit, man. That's a big fish, that.
It is. It didn't look that big in the picture, but
No, I just read it there at top. GC 81 cm.
yeah.
That'd look like a Labrador swimming around in my pond, and it would make all my other fish look really small. How big's that carcass you've got, Daz? G80 or 70?
I think it's pushing 80. It was about 79 or something the last time I measured it, which was last spring. So it must be getting on for 80.
It's got to hit the 80 mark now, then, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That's a whole lot of fish when you've got how many of the it was Dave's fish. How many fish have you got in around the 80 cm mark? Oh, and somebody did ask. I saw it earlier. God damn it, I missed it. Hang about. Let me see if we can talk amongst yourselves, guys. I know you're really good at that, both of you. I need to try and find a comment that was in. We got asked. One of the admin put it in, and I can't remember which one it was.
How's your fox situation? Is that all resolved now? Or shouldn't I have asked that question?
Come up with a different topic.
Yeah,
Sorry, my bad.
Tuesday I was down building a polytunnel and I could hear one of the crows kicking off, and it was like there's a fox about somewhere, and I stayed there for 10 minutes watching. He didn't appear, carried on with the polytunnel, looked out, and he was stood 100 yards, or sat 100 yards away from me, just watching me. Of course,
minding its own business. There it was.
It was watching my peacocks, and nothing touches my peacocks.
Is that a euphemism?
Yeah.
Easy tiger. This is a fact show. Is it true?
Would he tackle a peacock then, a fox?
Yeah, the fox came in when I was in the garden in the summer, 11 o'clock during the day, ran past me, grabbed hold of one of my turkeys that are bigger.
Bloody hell.
And tried to drag them off.
God.
Yeah, they were literally, that was a mad couple of weeks. It was 2 weeks and we had 11 foxes in the garden.
God.
And it turned out the irresponsible RSPCA had dropped them all 200 yards up the road.
Oh, that's good of them, isn't it? Well, at least he put them near a food source.
It's ridiculous. So, like 200 town foxes being chucked out into the countryside, how are they going to survive? You know,
good evening, mate. They want to make sure that it's got plenty of food within its new environment.
Well, he ain't taking it from me.
Don't they do you already, though?
Taking it from the turkey, weren't chewing on your leg, were it?
Yeah.
I mean, after all, you're not going to eat it at Christmas. You just keep growing the damn things.
I know.
Oh, it's a family pet. Like
it is a family pet. It's David.
David. I knew it now. I knew it'd have a guy's name. I knew it.
Yeah, if it's got a name, it survived. It hasn't got a name.
The idea is don't name him. Call it dinner, lunch, tea. Then,
talking of dinner, what is on the menu then, Crafty?
Oh, no sound. Mic check. Testing. 1, 2, 2, 2. No sound.
Can't hear you.
That's better.
That's better.
Cool. I don't know. She ain't here. She may have left me. Well, she's the one
she may have left me.
because I'm always at work. But hey ho. I have been biting at the bit listening to the drivel coming through these comments, man. There you go.
Well, before you started chomping through them, I missed this comment earlier, and I would like to go for it for Elizabeth. Is it true that Chagoi koi grow larger than the other types of koi? I don't have a Chagoi yet. Single coloured fish, Chagoi, depending on the bloodline. Yes. They are big, greedy fish.
Yeah, Chagoi and crashes really the two.
At the right food,
bruises.
with the right temperature, with well looked after and well maintained water, they will grow and grow well. Will it hit a meter like everybody says? No, probably not. Will it push 70 to 80?
Not in this country.
Yes, probably so. But yeah, they're very friendly.
Are they
there's a reason. There's a reason why they tend to grow bigger, and that's because they're greedy. So they'll get more food down their hole first, and the reason why they'll get it down first is because they're always there, ready for it to be tipped in.
Yeah.
Right. And I think I might have said it before. The Japanese call them full of courage. I say it's fucking ugly. Not ugly, greedy fish. It's not about courage. Because they're further over to the left-hand side of the breeding cycle, there's more of a gene in them that is natural as well. And those fish as well will always grow bigger. And the main of it is they consume more because they're always there first.
Yeah, it's like Rick was saying, they're also less scared of predators. Hence the reason why they're always there more. But, you know, bloodlines is a big key factor where you get them from. The breeders in Japan have put a hell of a lot of work into the Chag because obviously size grows, sells well. And because they're so friendly and they get big quick, they're a good seller. So really, Hirasawa is the way to go for your Chag. Is the best. But a lot of Chags will get big, and they tend to get big quick because of that.
What about Momotaro Chags? Are they any good?
Yeah, the Chagoi probably would grow bigger than the Chagoi anyway, wouldn't it? Chagoi, new bloodlines anyway. Oh, and there, Rob's just.
You're a cheeky twat. I like it. But
and the Marasay ones.
Marasay, they're okay, yeah. They do loads and loads, mate. You'll see when you go in Feb, mate. You know.
Hey, you, the future says, Gaz, do you still have the Keisha Sui from Koi Camp? Keisha Sui?
Is that the one that was the
Matsu Kawabaki? Not Matsu Kawabaki.
No, the one I gave you, the little lateral.
Oh, the lemon harawaki.
Yeah,
I still got that one. Yeah. Yeah.
How big is it now?
It's about that big, man.
Cool.
It's about that big.
Said the one-armed man.
Right, I want to bring you back.
Yes, I do, mate. Still have it, and it still looks just as good. It's still got the nice big yellow bright band over around its body. The heron didn't have it. No, it didn't. Don't say that, Simon.
That's it. It's doomed.
Didn't. It's still in there. Got it. I did. Actually, it went in after the heron attacks.
Yeah, that's lucky.
Yeah, I've still got it, mate. Go on then. As you came in loaded and ready to fire.
Right, I wish I could have made bullet points because there was loads going on in my head listening to some of the food related topics. Right, number one. Right, there's things to think about here. Any company that is selling food is there to make money, right? Because it's a business. Number one. The reason why it's not coming into the UK to stores is solely based on the person that is making the product. Now, the thing that you have to ask is, are they withholding the saving to you guys? The answer to that is absolutely not. They're not there to make you or give you the ability to save money. Their job is to make money. All right. Will it cut the cost? My question on that would be, it depends on what their base costs are, right? And actually what the results are based on it. I don't care what people are putting on here. Until there is a mass comeback of this food is better than Saki, that will never be the case, in my opinion, until the results are seen.
Yeah, that's what we're saying pretty much.
Right. It's coming out of Germany. So the questions that you've got to ask is this, all right? What is the shipping cost to you as a customer? And before people say it's free shipping, it really isn't, because that shipping cost will be built into the price that you're paying. All right, that's what businesses do.
Yeah, they've got to do, haven't they?
Okay, so I just want to educate people on that. Secondly, if they're building in, all right, and this is me as a business, the questions I would be asking is, if they're building that into their cost, their ingredients that they put on a bag, which is what they have to do because it's regulated that every food product must have the contents of what is in the bag, right? Do they need a percentage? No, they don't. Just because they put it on there don't mean to say that they're better than any other food source, because it's just a number, all right? The ingredients of the food is important. The grade of spirulina is important. And also the results based on lots of different parameters, right? So parameters, growth, skin quality, color, right? That is potentially what most koi keepers look at. All right, and actually, if we look at the things like NT Labs food,
you need bones. You need something for the bone structure as well, don't you?
but that all becomes
Calcium.
part of the growth as well. Calcium that's in there, charcoal, ash, etc., etc. All of these things that you wouldn't necessarily put in your food.
Yeah,
Would you know
really
there's
nice.
actually no ash in food?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but well, I bet you there's a lot of people don't know that the actual content of ash is how much ash that's created once the food is fired in the testing of seeing how much is available within it.
Right.
Something
So,
like
to go back on that, all right, the price will be reflected against what this company are paying for ingredients. Now, there is an elevated price on Saki, right, without a shadow of doubt. But the reason for that is because it has to be bought in bulk and flew halfway around the world to get here, right? In Japan, right, you are not paying the prices we pay because you've not got all of those elevated costs.
They're paying less than half of us what we're paying out there, but that would be expected the same if we were producing it here and shipping it to Japan, wouldn't it?
Totally. All right. Now, there is a probiotic within Saki that is patented, right? And the reason for that is because whatever science and money they put into that, all right, they are protecting it because it obviously does something really good for fish, chip bust, especially koi. Because if it wasn't patented, all right, that means that the science and the money that they've invested into that food to get it where it is today would be open to the whole food market, all right, which means that everyone else will have that extra something in their food that Saki can boast. Now, based on what we've seen, you really touched on it, Gaz, earlier, all right, Mark has touched on it. We are, and somebody made a comment about Ricky Stoddart using it. All right. Now, a lot of people, they take people at face value and they jump on a trend. Okay. Until you have done something and compared it, all right, you don't know what it's capable of. Just because, and I don't mean to be rude when I say this, just because Dave Gardner comes on and says, I've used this food and I've got a GC from it, it doesn't mean
that's
to say.
That's why I've just said that bit after it, where it's you know that if you've used it for 12 months, that fish didn't get to that size in 12 months. You've had 4 years of other things that you've put into that fish initially, haven't you?
But there's also other stuff that goes on in the background, which is how much have you fed, how long have you fed, right? On top of that, how much have you paid for it, or has it been given to you for free? Right, the fish that people selected in the show scene, right, and they've gone on to win. Yeah, some credit could be given to the food, but actually, it's down to the skills of the koi keeper, right, and also where the fish comes from first and foremost, right? Because you can't polish a turd, you can roll it in glitter. So there's always got to be a bit of quality before any food goes down it anyway. How long did you own the fish before you started feeding it? What work have you done beforehand? And actually, has this food really made a difference? Right? What are you basing your results on? Right? Because results have to be
GC result
come from measurement. But what are you measuring in order to say this food is the best stuff in it's going to challenge Saki? Now, I'm not championing Saki, because if I'm honest, I would rather not sell Saki in my shop because it takes up far too much space and it's too expensive. All right. However, it's a product that people want. That's the only reason it's there. I sell 4 times as much Saki, 4 times as much Takazumi than what I do Saki, and 50 times more Tetra than what I do Takazumi. Right. So Tetra brand themselves as #1 koi food in the world. All right. I would say they probably are the most bought koi food in the market, shit bust. Right. And that's because 90% of people that keep koi or fish go to that because it looks the best, because it marketed the best, and it looks like you get more for your money. When actually you get, and I've done right, Saki versus Tetra, in price alone, you have to buy £400 worth of Tetra to equal a bag of 15 kilogram, £200 balance. When you put the actual weight of the food together, you are paying 400 quid for the same weight in Tetra than what you are Saki.
Crazy.
That is fucking crazy, because the results at the end of it stay completely different.
Apart.
What does Saki do? Right? They don't put it in a fucking proper looking bag with loads of colourful looking fish and buy one, get one free all over it. It comes in a fucking brown paper bag. Why? Because the results sell it, not the bag. Right? And
the problem is, Quaff, what you said so many times there is spot on. It's all to do with marketing. And like Nutramare, we haven't got anybody in the UK. It's relatively not known. Yeah. And if, I won't say you, if another dealer was given the opportunity to be the sole distributor in the UK, would they be given the old flannel in saying it's the best thing that you could ever dream of using?
No,
And
Matt, everybody knows the best thing is sliced bread. That's what they should all be having. There's nothing
brown bread.
Nothing
brown bread, yeah, not white.
I get quite passionate about this because I've been in my role for 2 years now, so I can bring in quite a lot of experience and personal ways that the business looks at things. All right, there is always a marketing spiel behind anything that is sold, absolutely anything, including what I sell, my fish. There's an element of marketing behind that. Same with Matt, when he sells his fish, there's an element of marketing. However, no, I don't want you to feel like you've been told off. I want people to give their head a shake and look at reality here. I'm not saying Nutramine is a bad food. I'm really not. All right. But what I am saying is that you can go off what Dave has put. He's been on there for a year and he's done X, Y, and Z, right? But how good is his water? How much waste? How much time does he put in? And is he actually feeding more than what he would if it was Saki?
Or is it feeding less? It could be.
These are the things that you need to know in order to make a sound judgment on what it is that you're putting into.
Dave, do us a favour, mate. Click that link. Come and tell us about your experiences of what difference you've had and you've used. I know you're going to be camera shy like 95% of the population, but really, there's nothing to be shy about being on a camera. You're caught on one millions of times every year. So come on in.
I will say this as well, all right? So to pull Matt on what he was saying about his polytunnel and having two ponds with the same amount of water, same flow rates, etc., he could do a comparative test, right? Difference is one thing, all right? You've not got exactly the same fish in both ponds. There will be an element of difference based on what fish you use, where they come from, what parents they are.
The only thing that I could do is
individual fish, you would see differences, right? I can say that for quite a long time, I fed the whole of my stock in Perfect Aquatics on nothing but Saki Akari. Did I see difference? Yes. I seen less filter maintenance that was required because there was less waste. The
Yeah,
fish
that's definitely
always,
100%.
the fish had something in them where they were always feeding. Shit bust. Didn't matter when you approached. When they ate it all. Right? I don't see them results with every food that I put in.
I see the same results of that.
I see that initial surge, but then it's one or two, and then they'll go back to grazing to a point where actually I can take food out because they don't get the same nutrient value from that. So therefore, it's like, well, a bit bored of that now. Right? I've had the initial feed for the competition. Do I really want it? I don't see that on Saki. The condition of the fish are better. All right. Can I keep that into what I do in the ponds like Ricky Stoddart does? Absolutely not. Why? Because it is far too expensive. All right. And to go back on what you were saying with regards to the price on Saki, right? As a business, I can buy at trade cost. All right. I'm obviously not going to disclose what that is, but actually it's not a lot of difference in comparison to what you guys spend. All right. I can't even get free to use stuff as a dealer of Saki. They don't give it you at all.
No, but if you bust a bag when it comes in, you can go, oops, that one's broken.
Yeah, I could,
sorry, Pete, that one's broken. I'll make sure to take it home.
But truth be known, Dad, even if that happened, there's still I couldn't do it to every single bag that come through to sustain that feed that goes into the ponds. Right? If I was, the value of my fish will go up 40% based on the
well, that's what Rick said, didn't it? Yeah. Results out of this world in comparison to what he was using, but effectively doing it so that he could still market them at the price, not a chance.
Not viable, is it?
Yeah, it's just not
viable. All right, and I'll break it down even further. So today, right, my boss has been really friendly with me. Right, he has given me 2 years worth of electricity data. All right, of all of the meter reads in our shop, and we've got a lot of meters in our shop, and it is metered every half an hour. So I have been doing comparisons on electricity usage for every single half hour for every single day of 2 years today.
Wow,
which is why I'm late home. All right. Right. So with the energy price increases, all right, our bill is 6 figures for electricity alone per year. All right. So when you start looking at, right, okay, our fish have got to cover the cost of the energy price hike, and then you put Saki into it, right? You know, the days of being able to offer 50, 60 pound tozai, right? That's just never going to happen again if you start feeding Saki. You know, you've got to put them all at starting price to £100. You know, and yeah, I can do that, but I don't want to. So you've got to cut somewhere. So what do I do instead? I use Takazumi.
Tetra 6. Then you can reduce it.
Really not.
Away then, because it's costing you
Mate, I taught people out of buying Tetra because of how shit it is.
Yeah, but if you used it in shop, just think how much you can save the nation.
You know, so you know, when it comes to making a decision, I say, like I say, this year, on same as I did last week, right? I'm not saying this food from Germany is a bad food, right? But don't be fooled with all these smoke and mirrors where we don't want to. We're not passing. We're passing the savings on to you guys. You're really not, because actually,
well, nobody is crafty, or otherwise it wouldn't be a viable business, would it? If that was the case, then it would be.
They are making more money by selling direct to consumer because they're cutting the middleman out, which means that they're lapping up the most profit. Because if they're selling it at trade, they have to sell more in order to earn the same amount.
Right, Dave?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Good, you?
Yeah, good. Thanks, mate.
We did let me get this out as well, because we did just have Koi Boy on as well. And your video went off, mate. That's the only reason why I put you back on bottom bar. If you want to come back on and join us, mate, feel free to do so.
How's that Aragoki doing, Dave?
I tell you, it's doing really well, mate.
Send me a picture, please.
I will, mate. I'm not getting in till late at night now, so it's a bit dark and all that. Do you know what I mean? And on weekends, I'm really busy and all, but I think it's up to we'll be up to on that, Mike. About 70 cm now.
That's good.
So that's come on to what?
You're coming into 4th year, isn't it?
Is it 4th year? Probably is. Yeah, it is the 4th year. I think I got it off you at about 45, wasn't it?
Yeah, something around that.
Something like that. But yeah.
So do you have individual shovels forcing food down every fish as it comes past on a conveyor?
Tell you what, mate. I don't know.
Can I just stop both of you for a right minute? Because people need to be introduced to Dave. Right. So Dave entered his first show down at the Southeast Koi Show this year.
And is that with that showing? I just showed.
He got a Momotaro Kahaki off the top of my head, Dave.
That's it, mate. Yeah, Mal. Yep.
Bought from Koi Water Barn.
Yeah.
And it absolutely run away with the show. Okay.
Yeah.
On top of that, Dave has got a very good selection of fish, and actually, I'm hoping he's got the show bug, right? Because he's got the ability and knowledge of how to look after koi, and his results prove that. Okay, yeah. So this is who Dave is, guys. Been keeping koi for a long time, Dave.
I have, mate, but I've always been an obvious. I'm not I've never been into the shows, and I've never really I've never sort of got how good the fish are. Do you know what I mean? It's only that when people come round, a few mates and say, Dave, you've got to show your fish. You're wasting them. And I've never been one of them. I just enjoy my fish, you know.
This one that I lent you is a nice one, though, Dave, isn't it?
Yeah, when do you want it back, mate?
No rush, but you'll get a couple more rosettes with it, mate. It's not a problem. I don't mind you taking it at me.
Honestly, mate, do you know what? I took it out the pond and just to measure it, and I did when I see the Benny on it, I was like, wow, it is unreal. The picture don't show it justice really. But yeah, it's a really nice fish, and to be male as well. It's just not it's unheard of, isn't it? From what I gather, that a male fish would win that, but it's outstanding fish, Now,
on a serious note, how much of a difference in the 12 months of feeding that from that fish looking like that to what it was the year prior?
Honestly,
how much
mate,
is it bodied up on it?
The Benny, the body is it really has come on the body. It's more the Benny. It's really come through, but basically, all my fish, I used to feed probiotic, just running the mill probiotic food, just to feed that. Then I sort of started getting into it a bit more, looking at the Saki, and then I was feeding Saki, and I think in 1 year I'd done 20. I think it was because I thought I'm going to push them. See what? I watched Ricky and that on the YouTube and all that, and a few other people. I thought I'm going to give them a push, see how I get on with them, and I changed to the Saki, and again I noticed a massive difference from the probiotic to the Saki. It was a huge difference. The fish, they went mental, and but I used I think it was 23 bags of Saki in a year.
Wow,
and that killed me, mate. When I worked it out, it's I think it was costing me £650 a month.
Can you just do us a favour? Can you stand up?
Yeah.
Yeah, he eats it himself as well.
Right. So your last imp recap, you break your legs for you then.
Honestly,
I would never be there to stand up again if that were me.
And it's only when I sort of I was working it out, I was like, wow, it's costing me a fortune. Yeah. And then I had the opportunity for a pal to try this this Nutramare, and I'll say I've been on it now nearly 13 months now, and again I noticed the fish went up. I've gone up another step, So I'm thinking with the Saki, I think it's where I was feeding so much. I always had a bit of a brown tinge to the water. It definitely put a tinge on it, and then and I thought because I'm feeding them so much, I'm going to get that blah blah blah, and
$6,500 on koi food.
I know, mate. I know. That's what I mean. Shut up. Crazy sitting over there.
But Gaz, right?
Don't say that. The missus is thinking
This
over.
is so true. What Dave is saying is so true. With regards to the cost of Saki, all right, these people that show fish at the top end level that feed Saki, all right, and this is the top end level, all right, that in order to
It'd
get
been a lot
fish,
cheaper to go out and buy your own rosette.
I know, mate.
but in order to get a fish to that size and
Yeah,
keep
you've
the
got to buy
condition
that into
and
them,
buy
haven't
the fish, the right fish at the right time, it costs an absolute bomb because you're heated as well, Dave, aren't you?
But the other thing I'm saying as well is when you work it now, I've got 12,000 gallons. I've got 3 drums on it, and I've got a big sort of like it's like a blade with a trough in it, and that's full of oyster shells. And where am I going with this? So I can't think where I'm going with it now. But no, so I'm heavily stocked. So I've got 40 fish in there.
And
Wow.
are they all roughly about that kind of size as well?
I would say I've got 20 that are between 70. I've got about 10 between 70 and 80, sort of 87. That's about 87. I've got one at 94, and I've got one at 96. Because I've got one jumbo at the All England, the Southeast Koi Show as well.
That's like feeding 20 Labradors.
Yeah, but then, I mean, so in 12,000 gallons, that's quite. From what I gather, it's quite heavily stocked, isn't it? But I've got
But your filters dictate how much you can feed.
3 drums.
Well,
yeah.
I was kind of worried because I think on the that's why with Oazi, the Oazi drums, and they say I think each drum can do 750 grams a day. Is it something like that? So I kind of thought I'm really pushing the limits here with this food, and with the Saki, I was having like a few like sort of water problems, not bad. But I did notice, like, I was having sort of trouble with nitrate and that, and
Yeah, but I mean, there's no surprise, Dave, when you think about that. Realistically, you're putting 7.5 kg of food in your pond a week.
Yeah, but then when you look at it, guys, I've got 40 fish in there. You divide the 3 kg a day with the 40 fish, it's only something like, I don't know, something like 85 grams of fish or something a day.
Dave, I'm going to throw this at you, mate.
Yeah.
All right. Let's look at what Ricky Stoddart does.
Yeah.
All right. In whatever his ponds are, 1,500 litres.
Yeah.
Right. I've seen his ponds with 50 fish in at toes high, and they absolutely boom. And he doesn't even use a drum.
Yeah. Like saying,
right. So it's a bit of an umbrella.
Do you know what? I think a lot
these
of
companies put out, and they will give you a worst and a best case scenario. They just don't want to come back on them if all their fish die.
I think every pond's different. Like, I mean, I've got pals that are trying to get in, 750 grams a day in their pond, and they're having trouble.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like the filters won't, it's like they're not doing it. But they're with me, honestly, mate, with this Nutramare, my water is crystal clear. Anyone can come look at my pond, mate. It's crystal clear.
What you're going to do us a favour, Dave, next time when you get home, if it's either a week or whatever, we're going to do a walk around. If you wouldn't mind, if you could show us around and let us have a look at fish. Do us a little video and send it me in, mate. We'll put it on.
I'll do that, mate. But like I say, it's my water quality is the best it's ever been. I normally test. I don't really test that often, but I kind of done. As it happens, I done a test last week, and the parameters have never been better. Like, I'm not just
You're
saying
heated
that.
as well, Dave, aren't you?
Sorry.
You're heated as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm at 20 at the minute. I'm at 20, so I'm giving them a bit of a winter. I'm normally at about 20.
I'm going to remain quiet. I'm going to remain quiet just in case your lass is in the background.
She's fully supportive. She was
I had to get the solar panels fitted, mate, because that was costing me a fortune and all. So I had the solar panels fitted.
Your average koi week or year is that's.
Honestly, mate.
What I will say is this, though. All right. So since last week, I have received messages from people that have also been on the food, and the results differ.
Oh, really?
So this is what makes me come back on to, the ability of the koi keeper, the parameters of the pond, the stock, how much.
Yeah, I mean,
there's so many variables. That's why I'm saying this food's not
that.
bad. This
Yeah.
food's not bad, right? But until there is a group that shows you actually from start through to finish what this food can do,
Yeah.
right, based against what Saki has already proven, right, then at that point they can say we challenge Saki, because there's so many people out there that say it, that say it because they want the sale. And I'm not saying this is what this company's doing, but that's the whole point behind it.
Yeah, I mean, I know. I mean, all I'm saying, all I see now is that I think the Saki's gone up again, isn't it? It's gone up another
Going
increase.
up another 7% in January.
So like it's kind of getting for someone who wants to sort of like, I don't know, get a bit serious, improve the fish and all the rest of it. It's kind of getting out of reach now.
Yeah,
it's like,
but then you've got other food on the market like FD food.
Yeah,
right. FD food is more expensive than Saki.
What, by the kilo? Yeah.
Okay, again, you've got to look at so many different parameters in order to understand what you're doing.
You do. I mean, on the Nutramare, you're supposed to reduce your feed by 60%. But I ain't bothered. I've just kept it going in. Do you know what I mean? I just thought I'll just see how it goes, see what happens. They're not getting fat.
Again, you know your pond better than anybody else, mate.
That's the thing. That's where that's where I think it is. Where you kind of know your ponds. You know what you. I mean, I just keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. It's just like, even when you do treatments, you push them, you push them, see where you go.
The feedback that I've got from various people that messaged me after last week were from North, Midlands and South. And every single one of them come back with different results. So I couldn't even put down the results based on what they're feeding against their koi for areas in the UK. I couldn't even do that.
Yeah, I kind of think like it needs to be out there a bit more to make a
statement.
And another thing as well with koi keeping, I think a lot of people are afraid to change or try something. Do you know what I mean? They get sort of stuck in your ways.
I think what you've done, David, is a good thing, right? Because you've evaluated your cost. You want something cheaper, but you want something to provide the results.
I mean, at the end of the day, mate, I thought I'll try it for a year. If it's no good, just go back to Saki. Do you know what I mean?
So
it's kind of like that.
Next question. Right? Do you know where they source their product from?
I do know a bit of background, but not loads of it. Like I say,
I'm not going to throw any questions at you. I've been doing a bit of digging myself.
I mean, I kind of looked at the. I mean, basically, I looked at the ingredients on. I mean, it's a plain bag, mate. It's not like it's not like a sort of like a standout bag of food or anything like that. I just looked at the back of the ingredients, looked at Saki, and I thought, it's like it's pretty good. I mean, and I thought the only way really to try it is to stick it in a pond, see what happens, and give it a good go.
Now, for me, the bit where Saki dominates is the waste, right?
Yeah.
Based that you're on a drum, right, and the size of the fish that you've got, and the volume of the fish that you show, right, shows that your flow rates are exceptionally good. Yeah, because that's the bit that most people lack in their pond to get body.
Yeah. I mean, on that I've got two 21,000s and I've got 41,000 on it, pump wise.
Oase.
Yeah.
80,000 litres an hour being shifted.
Did you?
No, mate, they're not on full bore, mate. I don't need.
No, but you had the capabilities if you wanted to.
Yeah, the only one I've got up is the
41,000.
The trough,
That's on 41, isn't it? I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's on 41, mate. Yeah,
which is what I would have expected you to say.
Yeah.
And Oase would have spec'd your pond out for you, I think.
To be honest, mate, I done it through my old pal Keith Holmes. He specs it all for me.
He would have
before we left this year, mate. So he kind of
he would have spoke to Richard Hadley from Oase. The fact that you've got the spec that you've got all comes back to me that Richard Hadley at Oase is the guy that's come back with which pumps you require.
Yeah, probably, mate.
This is a bit that amazes me when you want to get to the level of a grand champion fish, man, It's a totally different ball game.
To be honest,
teaching
mate, Gabe,
people.
I never knew I had it, mate. And
No, but you know, you're saying like you've got a gram champion fish.
Yeah.
You got to get that fish to that body, that size, that bulk.
Yeah.
To do that, you need that type of environment. One of your pumps costs more than my whole setup.
To be honest, guys, that pond, mate, is only two. The pond I've got now is only 2.5 years old. Before that, they were in a 4,000 gallon pond. So, like, do you know what? It's I don't know, mate. It was in a 4,000 gallon pond. I never really used to do much with the water, nothing like that. I had a very basic filter system, but I was having trouble though with the water. To be fair, then, and then it just happened. I had the opportunity. I could do a bigger pond and all that, and So I mean, the pond's relatively new. 2.5 years. You know what I mean? It's not really. I mean, it's mature now, though. It's obviously mature now, like. But
let's remember one thing, though, Gaz. All right, it's like if you're gonna compete at a GC level, you've got to have a big fish. Koi shows you don't need to go for GC. In fact,
no, that's
you really shouldn't go down that route.
Yeah, I weren't meaning that. It just amazes me what they require to get to that mass, to that size, to that development, to that show standard quality. Is immense in comparison to Joe Blogg starting off with garden centre goldfish in a pond or whatever. From this level to, we're talking that, aren't we? From indifference.
But then the other thing I look at it as well is like how many people are out there like me that never thought you wouldn't do any good.
Want me to tell you, Dave? Fucking shitloads of you.
Yeah, I reckon there's loads of people out there, mate, with GCs in their ponds, but because they don't think they're good enough or they haven't done it, I reckon there's.
Yeah, I could believe that as well, Dave. I really could.
Sorry,
but,
I could believe that as well.
I think so, mate. I think so.
I remember stood down at the Southeast show just chatting to you for half hour, mate, and the experience of doing it. Are you doing it again?
Yeah, I think I will. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing is, I don't know whether I want to travel too far with them. Do you know what I mean?
Why?
I don't know.
They come from Japan.
They do, mate. But I know, mate. But
but it's Japan. It's no different as long as you put pure oxygen in a bag with the right water volume. And
you're gonna have to travel to Yorkshire anyway, mate.
Sorry, mate.
You're gonna have to travel to Yorkshire when you bring it back.
Oh yeah.
I should bring some down, I guess. Here, grow them buggers on. I'm not wanting the big grand champion. Just get them the size of a Labrador. That'll do for me. Just have to feed them. It's growing well, mate. I mean, to be fair, the water's the best it's ever been. Like, and I know the setup's definitely working. I seem to be able to do whatever I want with it at the minute, and it's fine. It's just like I can't. To be honest. Can I ask you, Dave, what got you into doing it, into koi?
Do you know what, mate? I've had some kids, like, they've done fishing and my dad had fish and this, that and the other. And then I put in a little pond, when we very first moved here, I put in a real small pond in there. And then, I don't know, then you think, I want a bigger pond. Then I've done another one. I've done the 4,000 gallon one. And then I was like, I've got too many fish in the pond. So instead of getting rid of fish, I've got another pond. I've just built another pond. I mean, like my whole the whole back of my garden's like a pond now. And
lucky bastard.
Some people hope to get out of cutting grass, won't they? Some people do hope to get out of cutting grass.
I know, mate. And now I've got the green light from the missus that I can put a grow on in there and all now. So I've got a grow on going on the bottom level now. I'll be doing that in the summer.
You need to clone her, mate. That's it. Clone her. Send her out for everybody. Everybody needs one of them.
I know, mate. I know. But I mean, I've always I bought a few off of Crafty, a few off Ricky, and I buy ties. I stick them in there, like, and they're just they grow just as well as the big ones. Like, a lot of people say you should take them away and all the rest of it, but they just all seem to grow. Like, I mean, there's probably so much food going in there, it don't matter. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
there's times to
But you
get
just
something.
when you stand at the edge of your pond every week and go with an half of Saki and go, eat that, lads, or whatever it is that you're putting in.
Honestly,
they're
man,
gonna grow
everyone takes the mick and they're like, Dave, you're going to have to get another auto feeder, mate, because, like, the way you're
You've
going,
got 4 of them on pond already.
you know that, yeah.
I've got a question because this food is based offshore,
Yeah.
and the only way you can buy it is from the people that distribute it in Germany. Have you had any issues in getting it into the UK?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but there is a distributor over here now.
Yeah.
Okay,
And that's
right.
who I get it from.
I know where you're going then. Okay,
Yeah. So that's. I mean, I believe he's got 10 ton of it coming in.
Yeah.
But that's you sorted then.
That's for me.
What about everybody else?
That's for me, mate. But yeah, I mean, I know it's early days at the minute, and like I say, I've been trying it. I've been using it for a while, and I haven't really told anyone I've used it. Do you know what I mean?
The thing is, what Dave says there is the biggest factor. It's having the ability to store a mass amount of food in the UK that's the problem. Which is, you know, when you look at Saki, right, the amount that has to be brought in is bought in bulk.
Yeah.
And that has to be stored somewhere, which is another reason why the price is what the price is, because that becomes
a lot of it. I think a lot of it as well is like, I think it's pedigree that bringing Saki in.
Pedigree of the people that have got the contract.
My wife used to have a pet shop, mate, and anything pedigree, you make nothing on it.
No, there you go.
So you make absolutely nothing. You'll be lucky if you get 2% on it, 3% tops. It's just like I just can't see. I honestly can't see how they can price hike it again.
I've challenged it, mate, but the answer I got back was a load of shit. So I threw that back at the CEO last week.
But I can't see how anyone's going to be able to afford it, mate. I really can't. It just seems mental. Like, you know,
everything else as well on top.
Well, it ain't that. It's like, you know, you got electric bill, the gas, you know, to run.
Yeah, so I mean, exactly. Everything else that's gone up as well, and then you start talking about that. That's
And then that's when it sort of kind of gets not enjoyable, then, does it? Because when when it becomes a financial burden,
it takes the fun out of it. Yeah.
When you've done what you've done now, well, let's say if you were taking out 6.5K, 6.5 glass, you're now down to 3,200. You've halved your bill.
Exactly that, mate. Exactly that.
Saving, isn't it?
Yeah, so I can buy some more fish now. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Well, see, that's the thing. I mean, a bag of Saki carry full growth. All right, not to everybody, but to your little koi keeper like me, that's a class. That's a nice tosai for you. That's a great quality fish. And who can afford? Well, you're either feeding your fish the best you can, or you're not buying any more fish.
But then the question comes back to this, Gus.
I'm always buying, mate.
Right? You go 7%, Frank. You should only really put in what you can afford. There's too many people out there that I see.
Oh yeah, that
scrape together because they must have. It's not a must.
No,
right?
100%.
You can get as good a growth on Takazumi on EA Premium. Right, growth is there. The one thing I think where Saki comes out on top is in the color range. If I'm perfectly honest, I can never say this word, longevity, skin condition, and color by far is the best outcome on Saki. Now, when you look in the koi scene, all right, winning a GC, all right, doesn't necessarily mean that the food has produced that. Right, there's a lot of other stuff.
Lots of factors that Dave puts into that.
Things like stress factors, what fish have been
additives.
Brought. You know, if we had another 15 people that show at the top end enter in the southeast that live way up north, all right, there would be a challenger. There'd be more challenges. You know, so on the day, Dave's fish was the best fish, hands down. It's not always down to the food that gets it there, right?
Yeah.
There's so much more involved in it. Right? However, what Dave has provided on this is he's getting good results based on a different food at 50% of the cost, I would say.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
And the thing is, like, Carl, you still have to have an after the way the way I pushed them last year. I mean, I was pushing them about 27 degrees, and I was like really pushing them on, mate. You still need a decent food if they're growing for the colour to keep up with it. Do you know what I mean?
On top of that, mate, with your fish and how they would be in that sort of temperature, they would be like sprinters in a marathon race.
Yeah.
You know, and they would be going like the clappers. So you've got to be able to put that food in order to bulk them against a good float rate, all right, in order to get the results that you see in the body.
Yeah.
All right. If you're not feeding enough, or if your food is not capable of feeding them the energy that they require, they wouldn't bulk out.
No.
Right? But again, this all comes down to skill, all right, and having the ability to monitor that, because some people will just put their temperature up to 26 degrees, but then not actually look at what they're feeding. They would just feed the regular amount that they normally would, and they would have adverse results. Because a fish would swim around like fuck for hours on end, but not have enough nutrients, so therefore they would slim out rather than bulk out, because they're actually losing weight as a result of the exercise they're putting in.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So, Koi Boy UK, I don't know your name, mate. So we hadn't said hello to him. He's been sat there for hours.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, mate. Fire away.
My name's Dean. I'm kind of quite well, so I just thought I'd come and share kind of any of my experience, or kind of I'm not really like a long-term koi expert. Don't have my
first question for you before you go any further. Why did you fill your pond full of rocks?
Right. Okay. No,
I only said that now.
No, that's fine. There's obviously in like
that's only a joke, mate. You don't have to explain.
Sorry.
It's only a joke. It's more the American way of doing things, isn't it?
Pond keeping. Obviously, there's two ends of the spectrum. There's obviously what you guys are, like the koi performance kind of style, and there's obviously, you know, the other end, which is like a goldfish pond that's not really aimed to kind of push the koi performance, i.e. feed them a lot of food and try to get, you know, the absolute most out of everything. I'm very kind of I really like the basically natural kind of side of it, and I'm not really trying to kind of push my koi to try to get, you know, to the 70, 80, you know, 90 plus centimeters. So kind of, I understand obviously why performance wise, obviously a completely bare bottomed bottom drain and everything like that is a lot better. But yeah, so in short terms, basically aesthetic.
At least he's honest.
Yeah.
Makes a brilliant answer.
I'm not say that, you know, I've found some kind of, because a suction grid is my filtration, you know, that it's better than, you know, whatever else out there. Realistically, it isn't. If you're trying to grow, you know, like obviously kois or just any champion kois or just big koi, but that's kind of has been my goal. So yeah,
natural looking, natural state type of effect.
Until you get a bug.
Whilst it's still being, you know, obviously satisfactory for, you know, the koi well-being and stuff like that.
Until you get the bug you just said then, didn't you?
Yeah, we did say that.
And you start getting growth.
Sooner or later it gets us all.
Take all that back out and make it again.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, but did you receive a lot of backlash on YouTube for how your koi pond was set up? I watched your video actually. I say I watched it, I flicked through it.
A bit. Yeah, a bit. But I mean, I get where people are coming from. But it's just obviously koi, well, not just koi keeping means a lot of things to a lot of different people. So kind of obviously you're never going to be everyone's cup of tea. I mean, I'm sure obviously you could have the perfect pond for growing grand champions, for example, and there'll be loads of people and they're going, well, that don't good. It's just a tap of water. So, you know, you're never going to please it.
But the thing is, I think as well, you could quite easily grow a
Thank you,
Grand
darling.
Champion in a
Okay.
pond with a standard filter with the old brushes and the old multi-chamber. Like, do you know what I mean? It takes a bit more work to keep it clean and all that. But if that's what you got, I think you can still do it.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
all you need is a bit. You definitely need the heat.
Thank you,
You
Dom.
definitely need heat. I don't think without the heat, then you're not going to grow them. Do you know what I mean? Then that's
Never,
all there is to
never,
it.
ever. You're not going to get
No,
them
but
to
will
that.
your fish live till 250 like mine, Dave?
250.
The one thing, right? So going back, Dave, on what you say with regards to the filtration systems.
Yeah.
So Ken, that owns the koi collection just outside, okay, his big oval pond that's in his garden, like his teardrop, that is all filtered with chambers and brushes.
There you go. I mean, it takes a bit more time. Bit more time to clean them out or whatnot. But if I'm honest with you, now I've got the drums, I'm kind of bored because I kind of like. Do you know
That's
what I mean?
why you're water testing now, Dave.
Yeah, but like on the weekends, I'd be out there pulling the drums, like pulling the filters, cleaning the brushes, all the rest of it. Now I'm sort of out there like, oh, what do I do?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll clean the window again. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like it takes a bit of fun away from it, if I'm honest with you. But like,
What you got in your showers, Dave?
Sorry.
What you got in your showers? And we don't
I
need
haven't
bathrooms just
I
for
haven't even
men.
got showers, mate. I don't have showers.
Don't have showers.
Yeah, what you played? How much oyster shell?
Watching?
Oyster shell, I've probably got about 120 kg in there, I think.
Have you had to change them yet?
No, not yet, mate. I swear by them, mate, because I've got really low KH here out of the pond, out of the tap.
Yeah.
So I could never. That's one thing. The KH I could never keep stable. GH and the GH. It was only because I don't know what I was watching now. But
what area are you in, Dave?
So I'm in Croydon, Thames Water.
And you've got a low KH out your tap?
Yes, mate. It's low,
Wow.
mate. I think it was like one. Sometimes it was one. Sometimes it was
mine's
two.
one. Mine's crap.
It's ridiculous,
Yeah,
mate.
but down here, guys, that's fucking pretty much unheard of, mate.
Yeah, mate.
It's only 90% urine, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
10%.
Honestly, as soon as I put them oyster shells in, it didn't work overnight. Don't get me wrong, but now my KH and pH is steady.
Oyster shells won't have an instant impact on your water anyway, Dave.
No,
it's a very slow burner.
Yeah, it's very slow. I mean, but like that has done my pond no end world of good. I think they're underestimated. But you look at Japan; they've got them all in there, haven't they?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Everyone
in the crates, mate.
Yeah, they've got them all. So that's just. I just don't understand when I say to people oyster shells, like what? It's like I think it's just something that's always missed. Like I think they're brilliant, mate. It's I mean, it was work for my ponds. It's great. Like the KH is banging.
Unfortunately, Dave, in the UK, we tend to jump on the back of the next best trend. More than anything, mate, rather than going what's good and works.
What worked for years?
What were we talking about last week, media wise? Was it pumice stone?
Yes.
You know, again, that's a dying filtration that you don't hear lots of, with the exception of some of the oldest.
But I mean, I've talked to the people at the show, some of the dealers, and apparently they're saying now that they believe the media for the the backy media and all that, it actually works better submerged in the water than having it trickling.
Yeah, probably.
That's what mine's doing.
Yeah. So now I've got enough room in there. I'm going to chuck a load. I'll probably chuck a load of like either backy house or something like that in there to see what that happens.
I've got backy house media in mine as well, with a little bit of alpha grog as well. But yeah. I've got it. Mine's completely submerged. It upflows through it.
Yeah, well, they're saying it's better like that now. So I kind of, the reason I never put a shower on, I was more thinking of like, when you have to do treatments and things like that, does it actually get it out of the shower? Do you know what I mean? And the noise of it, to be fair, the noise of it and all, I didn't want to piss the neighbours off, if I'm honest with you.
Oh, mate, I wouldn't give a fuck about my neighbours.
Oh, mate. Neighbours as good as, to be fair, I wouldn't listen to it, if I'm honest with you. You know what I mean? They are noisy, aren't they? Do you know what I mean? But like, then you've got to imagine like 12,000 gallons. When I do a treatment, it's a fortune, mate.
Yeah.
Like you got to think of things like that. You guys know, like 12,000 gallons. You got to do you got to do 3 fluke treatments.
Yeah.
Like,
This is why I have a puddle.
Yeah, but I mean, you're looking at probably
What's that? £210
each treatment.
treatment.
Yeah. So like you got to think. I mean,
600 quid.
luckily, touch wood. I had a little spate of flukes that I tried. They're quite stubborn, but then I kind of sorted the different dosages out and all that, and it's sort of I eat them hard, and it's worked. It worked better that way. It's another thing with like it's the good old koi tax and that. I think with the treatments and all that, I just think they put that on the back, don't they, just to be safe themselves. But I just don't think they're strong enough. I think you've got to like either
You're right there.
do what you
They don't
need
sit
to.
out of me.
The problem falls back to a lot of people don't actually know the volumes of their pond for a start.
Yeah.
They think they're putting the correct dose in, and actually they're underdosing a lot of the time.
Yeah. Yes. It's just
When they overdose, they only then start to hit the mark.
Yeah.
Right. And sometimes you need to put more in.
Exactly.
Nose with PP, for example.
Yeah.
You've got to go past what is said on the tin.
Yeah.
Definitely.
In order to get the results that you really require.
Yeah, definitely.
And
I'll
give you a fluke example. So, if you was to put fish into a completely unfiltered environment, a pot of water, all right, that has not been through any sort of duress whatsoever, all right, the fish with fluke are introduced, and then you put the dose in that says on the tin, you will get results. However, as soon as you put pipes in, a complete amount of food and a bigger stock density, etc., filters will take away a lot of that medication because it's doing the job that they need to. So until you take that all away, right, that dose that you give is always diluted on a basis that you're not putting it in the condition that it's tested under.
Yeah, 100%.
And there's a paper that was released last year by a company that was actually doing research into fluke, and they did 3 separate tests. One with filtration that has gone through a feeding regime, one without filtration that's been through a feeding regime, one with a complete sterile piece of water with a fish introduced, and the only results they got with were what the medication said it would do is in the final one, which is a completely sterile environment with a fish put into a treatment dip, basically.
Yeah,
and
that's probably how they work their dosage out, isn't it? On the perfect, I can only imagine it on the if anything, it's always in the perfect scenario. Do you know what I mean? It's not it's not accounting for anything else. So I think what they put on the back of their packaging. I mean, I think it just needs to be revised now, doesn't it? I think it's been like that forever.
Guide, mate. It's a guide. They will never change it, Dave.
If we were going to turn around and say that, how much other stuff have we not got all the correct or right or the best information on back of a package?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it's like paint, isn't it? They'll give you a coverage area, but they don't take into account porosity or anything like that. It's just
how much you spill and trickles down your arm. How much you get on your living room carpet. But you're right, though, Daz. Depends on the temperature of the paint.
You can never get, say if it says 15 meters, you can never get that out of a tin.
Never chance, no.
No.
But what about if your dosing rate's not even correct anyway because you haven't measured it correctly?
Yeah.
Like, what if your water temperatures are different based on, it will operate better at a certain degree than what it will cold water, for example.
Yeah.
Right? There's so, again, unfortunately, we take things verbatim in the koi world. Right, but actually, there's so many variables that you have to put into place that there's only one way of being able to know what's going on with your pond, and that's through trial and error.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Believe it or not.
Yeah, well, that's what I say. You've got to know your own pond, didn't you? I mean, I'm not being funny. You can stick in a dose of like PP. You got a bit of green in there. Within half an hour, it's gone.
Mate, my pond is atrocious. I think 12 minutes.
There you go.
From purple to brown.
Exactly. It's you just.
But then what you do? Put another half dose in, and then another half dose, and then before you've overdosed.
Yeah. See, I'd never do that. I would do a dose one day, and then see what happened. Then I would probably leave it a day, then go on day 3, up the dose, then maybe do day 4, day 5. If it did take, I'd go again. Do you know what I mean? And then I kind of like, then that's how I sort of got to where I am now with what I put in mine now. I know what I can get away
That's
with.
the best way of tackling it.
Yeah.
Softly.
Dave, if you do that, are you putting hydrogen peroxide in afterwards?
No, mate, I'll let it run its course.
Why don't you put hydrogen peroxide in it, Dave?
I'll just let it run its course, mate. I always have done.
You want me to tell you why you shouldn't?
Why?
Because hydrogen peroxide will take 72 hours to come out your system. Shitbus.
Oh, okay.
All right. So actually, if you go anything less than another dose at that point, you're already diluting the PP treatment that you're putting in because it's working against what hydrogen peroxide is.
I mean, don't get me wrong. When I was testing what I can do with it, I had obviously I had it to hand. You know what I mean? Because
and that's what you should do.
And that's all I do, mate. I just let it run its course and let it get, it doesn't take long to get out of the system anyway, PP. Do you know what I mean? Once it's gone through a couple of days, it starts clearing up and all the rest of it. So I let it just run its course. It's just a chemical you haven't got to put in, I don't think, unless you really need to,
It's the best one to go to. It's the cheapest.
Yeah.
And if you can use it, you save yourself a fortune.
Yeah, and I just, I sort of like, I'll do a PP every now and then anyway, even if there's nothing wrong. I think it's a good cleanser. I might do it once every 3 months, something like that. I'll just stick a PP dose in there just to see, just a bit of a cleanser and that's it. But everyone's different. Everyone will probably slate me and say, "What are you doing that for?" Blah blah blah. I think everyone's got their own. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
you know, mate, they're your fish. You look after them how you want.
That's the thing. But that is the kind of most people.
No.
I think you can get into a lot of this, someone will say this, someone will say that, and then someone say, "I don't do this, do that," and then you're kind of like, "Well, what do I do?" And you can take the wrong advice on that. Do you know what I mean? When I first started out,
I'm going to be completely honest, mate, and I'll lay it out straight on cards like you just have done there. I ain't going to piss about buying any other treatments anymore. Not a chance.
Mm-hmm.
You're just going to get their ass spanked with PP. That's it. Done.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. When I had the smaller ponds, I went for probably about, I don't know, 2 years where I kind of fell out of love with it. It was just, and I'd done absolutely nothing to that pond, nothing at all. I had no issues with it, nothing. I think as soon as you start mucking about with them too much, I'm not.
I made a crackhead in my pond, mate, with treatments. That Yamabuki I'd had in my pond. That only time that fish were happy was when there were treatments in, and then any other time it were off its nut. But a constant come down.
I kind of think they need to let them build up their immune system a little bit. Let them get get flukes for a little while. Let them get tricked for a little while. Do you know what I mean? Let them get used to it, and it's like us, isn't it? We got an immune system. We need to get a cold and get over it, and it's got to be the same with them, innit? That's the way I keep. I think the more you mess about with them.
Well, yeah, it's like antibiotics with humans, isn't it? You get immune to it. That's why I don't like prescribing them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing I'd done when I had my UV off, the UV packed up, and I didn't do it. I didn't have it on for about in the summer. It must have been a good 6 months, and the water was like pea soup. And when I finally bothered to get a new UV on the old one, the fish looked absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
they did. The colours really pop.
Was that in the last 12 months as well?
No, that was when I had the old pond. That's when I sort of fell out of love with it.
I'm trying to catch you out there.
He's lying.
I'm trying to catch you out for your Benny increase on your fish then.
No, mate.
The truth shall set you free.
And it weren't that. No, but now I've got the window. You kind of got, you want it to be clean now. So it's kind of like, it's one of them, isn't it? But it's I think if you was just to show koi, that's all you wouldn't do, and all the rest of it, you'd keep it green all the time. Because they love it, mate.
I mean, obviously, to go to the opposite side of it, if you've got a fish that's in distress and it's not looking right and it needs to be treated, you treat. But if you're just saying you've got a bit of flashing going on here, there, and everywhere, and every now and again,
leave it.
Just let them do a little bit until it becomes an issue.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even really like netting the fish either. I love doing that. I hate it. I like.
I don't wonder why they're half the size of you.
Oh, honestly, mate.
I'd want to be picking out a
and the thing is,
fish.
when when I built the
Shit my
pond,
pants.
when I
I'd
built
have
the
to fold
pond,
it to get it in my bowl.
I built the pond and I didn't actually think about how I'd actually catch them.
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh mate, it's a nightmare. I had to buy, well, I bought a seine net in the end, so I have to get a seine net out and then start one end of the pond, put it down
Bloody
to
hell.
near the window, and then. But I just don't like stressing them out. They get stressed. I don't like being netted. I don't like netting them. And that was the
Dave,
whole thing.
I don't.
I've
That
got
was
to
the
say,
whole
Dave,
thing.
I'm absolutely falling in love with you because mine is 6 foot by 6 foot by 8 foot deep, and it's a bitch.
In it, it's a
Well,
pig.
that's big pond problems for you guys.
I know.
I see fish in there, but I occasionally see a fish come by the glass. I ain't seen for 2 years.
The only time anything in my pond experiences the same as the size of your ponds is when I put them in at 7 cm. And they're like, whoa, this place is massive.
But yeah, it's, I didn't really think that one through. But like I say, I don't really net them that much. I mean, that was with the koi show. That was the worst thing about it. Me having to net them, I was like, oh, do you know what I mean? It's like
daunting, mate, with some of that size, isn't it?
And you're worried
And
about
it-
knocking a scale off. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I took a couple of little yammies just as a little. It's only like a little thing between a few of us. Like I took a yammy and I split its fin. Do you know what I mean? And I was like, I mean, it's growing back now, but I was kind of like, oh, like I'm gutted. But you just got to be careful with them, ain't you?
Yeah.
And like I say, one of them I took a big Kiyotsuri, and she didn't like it at all. I nearly took her home because and she looked bent in the vat as well.
Yeah.
It's where she's quite a deep fish. She's probably she's got to be 350, 400 mil deep. I think where the vat was so shallow, she didn't have enough buoyancy because I was like, mate, what's going on with her? And she got marked down because it looked like she was bent. I was like, oh mate, because I thought we damaged her getting her into the vat because she was really flappy and all that. But when I got
How
her
is
back
she
home,
now, Dave?
it's good as gold, mate.
Yeah,
Good as gold.
I said that might happen.
Yeah, good as gold, mate. Because I was really worried that we'd hurt her or something, you know. Because I've never seen like that before. You see her, didn't she? She was head down, head up, head down, wasn't she? Tail up, and it looked like a banana.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh mate, there's a big fish, and I was like, wow. And she lost all her sumi. It faded, like she didn't like it at all. So
Stress,
I got
mate.
back in. Yeah.
Stress.
But
that's
I
the
know.
thing, I suppose. If you've never taken them before, they're not used to it.
Yeah.
Then you find the fish that are more suited to it.
Yeah.
Which
But
might,
that's exactly. So that fish should never see a show again. Do you know what I mean? I'd never do that to it again.
I'll give you a little tip, Dave. All right, so
take a smaller one.
it's a bit of a it's something that just listening to what other people do. So some of the seasoned people out there, what they will do is they actually buy vats and then they put their koi into vats that have not got that environment that they're used to, i.e.
See how they go.
And then see whether or not
see whether or not the fish. That's about it.
Yeah.
And then another thing is if you're like looking at buying a fish in that's potential for the future. So what you do is you do those tests first, right? If they seem to do all right at home in that environment, then what you do is you then take them along without any expectancy of taking anything, but just to again familiarize the koi and see how it copes with that additional stress, footfall, all the bagging, all the boxing, all the transportation when you take it from one to another. And that way, and we touched on it last week, that koi then get used to being handled more. So you get the best out of your fish when you know that it actually will cope with the stress that you're putting it through. And I know it sounds bizarre, all right, but these sort of things that I hear come from people that are very well decorated in the fish that they show. So there's a method to the madness.
Yeah, definitely.
You're willing to go, but actually, it potentially saves you from showing a fish that you buy that is never going to live in a vat.
That's right.
For 24 hours.
Yeah.
Move it on and put another fish in there that will.
Yeah.
The only thing The only thing that I asked Dave is next time if you could just at the bottom corner of your your information on your VAT, it's GKP's fish. just a little mention. That's all I'm asking.
But yeah, yeah, it was,
Sponsored by.
yeah.
Provided by. That'll do.
To be fair,
worries.
mate, I'm kind of stuffed, you know, because I've got like after my first show, I've got GC. I'm like, where do I go now? Do you know what I mean? It's like, I've done it, like, but like, I don't
Well,
know.
you could
But,
retire.
okay, let me tell you this, mate. All right. What you do is you keep doing what you do.
Yeah.
All right. Go with no expectancies every time you show. All right.
And
And you'll
right.
never be disappointed.
Yeah.
But step up a level and see if you can go national.
Yeah, I was thinking of that. It's,
Right. Because the level of competition is increased again.
yeah.
All right. And if you want to compete at the premium, I'm not taking anything away from you, buddy.
Yeah.
Right. But if you want to compete at the premium, you've got to go to the national, because then you're up against the real big boys.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, mate, realistically, I kind of know if you're going to have female fish like at that size, they're going to win it all day long.
You want to take your eyes away from the GC and
Yeah.
concentrate on adult mature. That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
Because,
I've got a couple of potentials in there, to be fair. So I'm seeing how they're going to come out I see how they go over the winter. See how they come up in the summer. They've really come on really well. They come on really well, to be fair.
I'd love to see you showing at the national, Dave.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
Would love
could just take one big bag of Saki carry in a clear plastic bag and say that's potentially next year's winner.
It's not going to do that, mate. It's going to be, what's the Nutramare?
Just
That's what
float
it's
the
gonna
bag.
Yeah. Honestly, lads, I think like that.
Well, going back to the Nutramare anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't. There's nothing I can say really apart from like I found it really good, mate. I just like.
No, that's
I'm
good,
on.
mate. No, that's a
Yeah.
good thing. Isn't it?
Yeah,
We just need to hear that
Yeah,
tenfold.
yeah. I mean,
And
People
some.
take away from it what they want, don't they?
yeah. I mean, maybe if I have a chat with my guy, he can maybe get some bags out or something, or.
Are you saying you got inside contacts?
I have a man.
I heard laughing
You
in
know
the
a man that
background,
knows
Dave.
a man. I
Yeah,
bet
I mean, to be honest-
I bet I know that man. I bet I heard from him this weekend.
Yeah, but I mean, there's
Yeah, you
about.
would have,
To
yeah.
be fair, there is about 8 of us trying it out,
Yeah, that's right.
but no
Well,
one's
you
really.
wasn't really. So when they said there was inundated, there wasn't then really, was there? If there's only 8 of you.
Well, no, 8 of us that have been on it for like the 12 months. There's like 8 of us that have been testing it basically to see
And
how it
a
goes.
majority of which are in the Koi show scene as well.
Yeah.
Well,
And I know.
but that's not a bad thing, is it? Because if it
No.
works there, it's going to make everybody's fish show quality fish. So that means when they send me a sack, you've got competition come next year, David. When they send me a year's supply, all my fish will become show fish, and I might just come down there and spank your ass and
I
take
hope you do,
DC
mate. I hope you do.
in a 24 cm fish.
I wouldn't say like. I mean, Sakai, don't get me wrong.
Junior champion.
Sakai is a great food. 100%, hands down. Sakai is a great food. Like there's no doubt about it. When I put my fish on it, it was blinding. But it's the cost. Like you need to find.
100%.
You just need to find the alternative to be as good. I'm not saying it's better.
I mean that cost. That's literally Crafty's McDonald bill each year.
A day.
I mean, he'd
Yeah,
be like,
he's
"What the
definitely-
fuck am I going to have for dinner?"
Yeah, and he's definitely put some body on, hasn't he, with that?
It works, look.
I had.
I just think it's all about in our hobby, mate. We just got to try and because things are getting dearer and dearer and everything, aren't they? We just need to find these little things, and food being a main thing is just to find some little savings here and there, and just to help things along. As like I say, we said earlier, it's not enjoyable otherwise. If it becomes a burden,
Yeah, then it ruins a whole lot of it, doesn't
yeah.
it?
does,
But
it takes the
I
fun
mean,
out.
I don't know if you. I mean, the amount of people I heard, I think, like this summer that have shut down ponds because they can't afford to run them.
Yeah, a lot.
Right,
Mate. I've seen it in koi groups on Facebook. The amount of people that are putting in had to shut down, forced to close down pond for X, Y, or Z
Because of
reason.
costs
The
or
majority
whatever.
is financial cost.
Exactly, and they're people that have had ponds for years, like, and they're probably gutted that they can't afford to do.
And you know when you see an older gentleman that's turning around and saying, "I'm having to shut my pond down. Things have just got a little bit too much. I can't." You know damn well that that's down to cost and price and running of it all.
100%, mate, 100%, and it's a shame, isn't it? It's just like I kind of don't, you kind of.
I shall say it for you, Dave. The country is fucked.
It is, mate. It is 100%. I'm glad you said it, but it is.
Let's
mate.
not get too involved in politics.
Well, I mean, that's not politics. That's just fact.
No, that is the height of politics right there. The country is fucked. Simple.
It's the truth, though. It's the truth.
It is,
or if you're the Prime Minister, and I know he watches, right? The answer is not the doors open. If you don't like it, fuck off, which is what he told the farmers. But that's the Prime Minister that we currently got. We don't give a fuck what you say. He'll just do what he wants to do.
Unfortunately. To be fair, mate, we're just puppets and we just do as we're told, don't we? You know what I mean?
I can see a big backlash coming.
I'd love to see it, mate.
The tailpipe.
I'd love to see it, mate, but I don't know. It's just.
I bet he ain't got a fucking koi pond.
No, but you
can't be cutting electric prices everywhere. We'd be reducing the price of Saki.
Then it changes to
I'm sure that was in the manifesto. Yeah.
Let's promise some cheaper koi ponds and then fuck them up the arse.
Maybe if we get enough people to sign a petition, we could get it heard in Parliament.
Good luck with that one, mate.
Let's try and push that. That'd be great.
Right, see that one, mate.
Here we go, Simon, conspiracy man. Let's have it. PM of what? I thought the civil service and the deep state run the country.
Yeah.
Question from Adam. Matt, when are you going to wake up? Have you got a direct contact for Susan to reach out, mate?
Yeah, I've just done it for you guys. Next message down.
Susan, what you really need to do, love, is you really need to get your fish analysed and tested to find out what you're dealing with. And only then are you going to come to the bottom of it. You can keep and continue throwing treatment after treatment after treatment at them until you've found the root cause. You're never going to know what you're dealing with. And you could
Susan is in USA, is she not?
Yeah, she is, but I don't know if they have the same service.
No, what I will say is that their doors are open to so much more medication, fish orientated, that isn't EU regulated, i.e. you're not allowed to put anything in your pond. I would see if you've got a vet that's close by, Suzanne, because it sounds to me that everything that we've given you to do,
it's not working.
Antibiotics is the way ahead.
It has got to be, hasn't it? 100%. Antibiotics is only going to be. It's probably going to be the only thing that's going to cure the vast majority of what you've got.
If you're in a position, I would really suggest you go down that route. I would every day of the week if we had access to medication.
The way to look at it, Susan, is if you've tried 15 different products treating them already, you've paid for what would have cost for the test to find out what they were to go on the antibiotics.
I think the Americans might even be able to do it differently to what we do, guys, over here, mate. Yeah. They seem a lot more
Lex.
Yeah. They've got a lot more freedom in how they medicate. I'm not saying that who you choose is the right person, but yeah, and that's what you find anyway. You've got to go to a vet that will come to your pond in order to do that.
You're saying it's very difficult to find a vet that treats koi.
Yeah, that's the hard thing.
That's the hard thing. It's the same here, though, isn't it? And then when you find a vet that will treat koi, you then struggle to try and get somebody.
You've got a vet that you've got over here. It's not a vet that will treat, that will diagnose, but then trying to get the medication is like looking for a rocking horse, mate.
Yeah. No one wants to write a prescription up for it, do they?
And they won't. And
it's crafty.
That's the bit where the states will be better than the UK or EU.
Why is it if the EU govern all our bloody medications and everything, what we can use now? I thought we'd opted out of Europe. Why is it still going on?
However,
they're still doing this, and we go, "Oh yeah, we'll dance your tune."
No, what happened is, although we come out of the EU, we kept every policy that was part of the EU as our foundation. Yeah,
that was the whole point of coming out, so we could get rid of all that guff.
Yeah, but you know, animal welfare over here is through the hoops, mate, than what it is elsewhere in the world,
Well,
unfortunately.
it'll be funny. On the fish farms Japan, I do whatever they get a problem. One treatment, it's gone, isn't it? One concoction of drugs or whatever they put in, and it's gone.
Yeah.
They do what they fucking want over there.
Yeah,
mate.
it's eradicated, and we got to spend hundreds and hundreds of pounds of trying to do this and
On
trying
the
to do that.
medications they say,
Yeah, that don't work.
right? And the reason why it's all controlled is animal welfare. But when you look at the drugs industry, mate,
yeah,
I ain't going to go too deep into
Actually,
like fucking sailing myself down the river.
when you went to Japan a week before us, I got a parcel there. Can you bring it back for me?
Yeah.
Is it fish in a box?
No.
It depends what the parcel is, mate. But if it's vials of antibiotics, mate, just take them in your suitcase yourself. You won't get checked. Just
Put them in your prison pocket, Matt.
We have got allowance for 50 kilos of leaving.
mate, antibiotics over there are literally everywhere in Japan. Like literally everywhere. You see them in every single breeder, you know, and they don't hide nothing. I mean, when I was in NND, I watched Kobayashi treat a fish, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I would have done that. And then he pulls out a fucking needle and then whacks some antibiotics in. And I said to him, well, why have you given that fish antibiotics for that? And he went, it helps them heal.
Yeah.
Right. But, you know, the chances of us doing that over here are fucking nigh on impossible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I can't.
You know, and it wasn't I would have even thought of antibiotics on. You know, I can't remember what it was, but what I do remember is it was something that I thought, why the fuck are you giving that antibiotics? It didn't need it, in my opinion, and that's based on what we do. You know, it's just fucked up. But antibiotics, Suzanne, that's the answer that you need, darling.
I always it feels weird saying that. Good night, Gwen. It's like talking to my mum. My mum's fault.
Sorry to butt in, guys. Cheers for having me on.
Yeah, come on again.
Cheers. Yeah, no worries.
Feel free to jump on whenever you feel, mate.
Yeah, cool. Thank you very much. See ya.
Yeah, on that note, guys, I've got an early start in the morning, so I'm going to have to go. Nice talking anyway.
Dave, can I ask you one question before you go?
Yeah, go on, mate.
Before you come on camera, was you topless?
I was.
I fucking knew you was.
Go get me my cardigan, quick.
And now that you've only got this much showing, Dave, are you still in your pants?
No, mate. No.
You're not in your wife.
I'll just take it in the shower. All right, then, lads.
Thank you very much, Dave. If you would
get
a chance at some point, if we can get a little bit of a, you know, so we can see some fish like what you've got.
That'd be really
no
cool.
problem, mate.
That'd be mint, mate. Do a Koi appreciation and do the Dave Gardner appreciation.
All right, mate. No worries. I'll sort it out.
Come on again.
All right, no worries, lads. See you later.
Nice talking to you, mate.
Cheers, bye. Bye.
How nice was that?
Yeah. Real nice chat.
So, did we get to number 2 or 3 on your list of rectifications, Crafty?
I got a lot of them.
For all those that were wondering, it was fish, chips, and beans.
It was lemon fish. Was it lemon on that fish?
So,
Bush. Was it lemon on the fish?
So,
Cut. Was it lemon on the fish?
Lemon arawaki.
Salt and pepper, not lemon.
Lemon harawaki.
Lemon harawaki.
Chips and beans.
Yeah. Lightly breadcrumbed. Yeah. So all you horrible bastards out there that said I'm fat.
So we was all wrong.
Money,
No, nobody said
You didn't have a takeaway after all.
Nobody would ever say that about you, Crafty, ever.
Crafty, the
It's
worst
like,
person. The worst
KFC's
person. Lot.
KFC bargain bucket does. I think you said.
I said 3 Big
Gaz
Mac.
said,
I was going for the healthy option for you.
£1 a Big Mac meal, i.e., loads of fucking burgers.
Yeah, Mr. Tate said the worst one. 115 burgers, Mr. Tate said.
It was Alan Payne's.
That's
Somebody
not
come back and said, no, he had that last week, so you're all keeping a fucking diary of what I'm eating. Right? So when I was produced with a nice home-cooked meal for once, Oh, she didn't
Hey,
take-
nobody said that your meals were
I was
home cooked.
expecting-
We just don't think Kel's got a real good cooking recipes. She can cook out. I mean, she makes Big Mac meals look just like them by buying fancy boxes to go in.
Yeah, lamb shanks the week before last, wasn't it?
Oh, no.
Ask me what I had yesterday for dinner.
But hang about. Did it have pineapple upside down cake after it?
No.
No, I was bursting for some.
Yeah,
cake.
you were gutted, weren't you, with that one? Catherine's got
Ask me what I had yesterday for dinner.
What did you have yesterday for dinner?
Pizza.
Oh,
That's what I was actually hoping I would be able to
In
come
fact-
in with the boxes.
are they still going? I don't want
Alan
any
Tate's put
years.
this one in there. Crafty's new name is Big Mac. Can we have that added? Can we have that added to the actual Anthony Perfect Aquatics Big Mac? Can we get you a third little banner?
Yeah, I need a banner to roll across, guys.
Fucking Alan Tate,
Actually,
you can fuck off.
Alan
In fact,
just said.
hang on a minute. I'll be back on in a sec, guys.
You know, like that big Papa. Can we have? Can we add underneath Big Macca? Oh, he's gone now. He's gone to go get. He's gone to either go insult Mr. Tate privately, or
Well, we could just call him a
right,
whopper.
let's think of something else we can talk about for him to come back and put us all right about. Matt, go for it.
The price of Tamasaba.
That's it. Have we got a disconnection issue there, Matt?
I'm here.
I'm speaking Swahili again. I know I'm from Yorkshire, but my accent's not that bad. Right. Hey,
I was
there we
there.
are. Ronald McDonald, aka Big Mac.
You just won't see me. Just won't see me in a clown outfit touching kids.
So, Craft,
What? That's true. That's why you don't see them anymore, Cal.
we've been doing
You've upset. Think you've upset Big Mac, guys.
You won't upset me, mate. You've got thick skin.
Oh yes, Seska's question: to
Yes,
salt or not to salt? For that
Yeah.
is the winter question.
I think
That
yes.
sounded
It's your
better.
panel.
Seska.
But don't say the reasons why.
Well, me definitely yes.
Me, definitely no, because I never put salt in anyway, summer or winter.
Me, I would say definitely yes, and it's something I will be going back to because I had a hell of a lot less. Oh no, you said not to say why, but yes.
He struggled with that one.
I did
Heated,
all that.
heated, no.
Unheated.
Heated, yes.
Why?
Okay, no, I'll go last.
Why?
For me,
Right. Why, Matt?
for me, because I've seen the difference in the fish. Definitely 100%. My fish are 100% happier with salt in the pond. 100%. Just by looking at the fish, they are happier.
To what level have you gone to?
3% or 0.3%.
Daz, why?
What do you mean, why? I don't salt, so it's
Exactly.
kind of irrelevant. And it's just something I've never done.
Right.
Is it something you've ever considered?
Why? You said no why, but you had to have a reason as to why. Why?
Well, why I don't
Is
do it?
something you've ever considered? Is it, have you ever
why you would
considered
do
it?
it or why you don't do it.
I've never had the need to do it. The fish have been fine, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm not saying that I never would try salt. If the need arose in the future, then yes, I probably would try it. But at the moment, I have no need to. So why? It's extra expense.
But it's relatively cheap.
Well, it is relatively cheap, but it's still expensive. If it doesn't make any difference, why do it? For me,
Well,
I mean, personally, I mean,
Yeah, that's the whole idea. This is a debate. This is a question, and it's well put in. And Seska's asked the question as to why, or to or not to. Me,
well, I mean, this is various reasons. I mean, it's all to do with the osmosis. It reduces the stress on the fish and blah blah blah. It's,
there you have it.
yeah, I mean, if you've got wintertime is always when you get the sleeping sickness normally, or it seems kicking worse, and the salt can help with that. But
winter time is the most stressful time. So if you wanted to reduce the stress, what would you add?
salt. Obviously, my fish is just like, they're not stressed. Yeah.
But for me personally, in the past, years gone by, and I know people might say, yeah, but it don't really make no difference for that. I never had any issues with parasites like I do now. Maybe there was more managed, more under control, less of an issue. But I used to salt at 0.3 for 3 years. Yeah, 3 years, because even in the mini pond when I
What
did.
are your 3 waters like though? Because mine is hard as bullets, the amount of lime in mine. And I'm just wondering whether this has an effect.
Well, I don't have any lime in my water at all.
I know
but
you don't,
always,
guys. Yours is soft as hell.
Yeah,
What's yours
I
like,
always
Crafty?
used to salt to 0.3 all year round. And
The
this
water
year,
here is hard as fuck, mate.
Oh, so you're the same as me, yeah.
this year, not salting my pond, my lilies have done shit. The same tubers. Last year, I got 4 times
That's
more.
bizarre though, Gaz, because salt is a fucking weed killer.
I know, but
that
as
should
crazy
kill
as
you.
it sounds, Daz, last year and the year before, I had more lilies in my pond, more pads in the pond, more flowers than this year.
Yeah, but is that to do with the heat of the summer? I mean, we've had a pretty shit
I'm
cold
just
summer.
saying the things that I've noticed,
Yeah.
and the only difference that I've changed is fuck off and die. This piece of shit cable. I shall replace it tomorrow.
See ya.
You say that every week.
I do. It will get replaced tomorrow, I promise. I'm going to do it. I'm going to find it. I have to go into the attic.
On your ponds.
But I think it's less stressful for fish. I think it means they don't have to do as much. It aids them.
Yeah. Crafty, in the shop,
More of a tonic.
are you on salt on all the ponds in the shop?
No,
Not all of them.
not all of them. No.
Your outside ones, not your inside ones.
Outside, nope, not at the moment, not yet. The only ones I put salt in is ones that are going through a treatment, and I will stay on that until the treatment's done and I see health improvements, and then they will be weaned out.
And
So that's general every day. So why for winter then?
So for winter, right, you've
Because you
touched
have to
on
do
it.
your wine.
It's a tonic. All right. So when you look at what you put the fish through, especially in the UK,
You got me a new cable. Thank you.
no, I'm dual screening, mate. I had to get a new dual screen cable. Yeah, in the UK, because the temperature fluctuations are so fucking drastic on fish, you can help them cope with those fluctuations by adding salt. When do you need to add it is the question that people need to know, or is it a necessity? It's not a necessity, but if you're a pond that sees that you tend to come out of the hibernation period and get lots of problems, it's something that may be worth turning your hand to, because you may find that actually just by having that salinity rate in your pond, all right, at that time, you will really help fish get through that period a lot easier than what it will without it. You know, in my opinion, salt shouldn't be kept in a pond all of the time. A lot of dealers do keep salt in their pond all of the time because of the stress factors with it being like high footfall and nets being introduced all the time, etc. Different stocking densities, mixing fish, etc. Then there's a reason why they do it. However, in the garden pond scenario, it's not a necessity, and actually, it is known that if you keep salt in a pond all of the time, you will, in the, I can never say this word, man, longevity. The longevity of doing that, you can actually decrease the pigment of the color in the scale of your fish. So actually break down how well it looks in a long run, over a long period of time. Secondly, you lose the ability. Yeah, you also lose the ability to use salt how it should be used in the UK, which is a tonic. Okay, and that's why, you know, Having it at 0.3 all the time, it's not a necessity. And
Well, I used to keep it at 0.3 all the time. I'd put it into 0.3, and then over a couple of months, you'd end up water changing out, and then I'd top it back up again. So I'd never ever keep it consistently at 0.3. Truth to be told,
I spoke to someone recently. He was advised to keep his pond at 0.6 all of the time.
No way.
By a very well-known dealer. I'm obviously not going to say who it was.
The issue with that,
it was Steve again. Steve does all sorts, so it had to be Steve.
Yeah, it was Matt. It was Matt.
To protect the incident.
The problem is doing that. When you do need it, you haven't got that resource to drop back on.
It's also not good to keep fish at 0.6 to 0.9.
No. I wouldn't.
It's really not.
Anyway, mate. But
so with myself, when they come in and they're going for the quarantine, they're all matter of fact put onto it.
Yeah. Different scenario, Matt. In our shop,
that's a form of treatment, then, isn't it?
It's got to be because when they come from Japan, they're in a high fucking. In Japan, they're in a high density, high salinity rainwater anyway, right? So coming over here to go from I ain't going to say what they keep their fish at, all right? But
then coming over,
bear in mind how many fish they keep in a pond.
It's pretty high,
right? When you come into the UK waters, you've got to have a salinity value and then wean them away. You can't put them into something with nothing in it.
But you look at like last year when the fish that I bought came back. They were in the polytunnels in a heated environment, basically. Within 5 minutes, they were on the back of a wagon that was covered in snow.
Yeah.
But they've got heat packs in the bags.
Yeah.
No.
No, but the last lot that came in.
Chill packs in the bags, aren't they?
Yeah. They all had heat packs on them, all of them, every single one.
You're lucky then we didn't have any.
The
only thing we had was ammonia absorbing pads that they put in the bags.
So Matt has got a secret sauce.
No, the same sauce, but you just pay more.
That's your 50% markup then, Matt. Exactly. Oh, Sarah's lightweight shandy pants. Good night, all. Up at stupid early tomorrow for work. Another great live. Thank you very much, Sarah. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Shiny pants. Oh, I got in trouble for saying that once, didn't I?
You did indeed.
Yeah, fuck it. Shandy pants. Good night. Where's it? Are we late or something?
Where is Ricky tonight then?
He's. What? Hang about. You're supposed to be his mate.
I know. I've been talking.
Well, you just shot yourself straight in foot because it's Ezra's 10th birthday, and even I know that.
Yeah, but not at fucking 11 o'clock at night.
Well, no, I imagine that Rick's probably dribbling on his pillow right now because he'll have had
probably
15 pints celebrating with Ezra, knocking one back at a time with him because it's his 10th birthday. He's got to get him seasoned into it.
10 pints, yeah, exactly.
Just 10 pints for Ezra, 15 pints for Dad.
He's been talking to me all day, and then all of a sudden he went on tonight, and I was like, weird.
Weird. Oh, sorry, Rick, but I wished him a very happy birthday, unlike your friend here.
I know. That's it.
Even I wished him a happy birthday. Yeah,
Shocking. Yes, Susan, it will help them and aid the healing process. In fact, if you've still got them on ulcers issues, you could go up above 0.3 and push it to 0.6, 0.9 and give them a bit more of a help.
Don't
0.7.
0.9. Don't go to 0.9.
Well, you say that, but there's some very well-known Japanese people that say to treat ulcers and to treat sores on fish at 0.9.
Right, but
literature
look at experience levels. You've got to know what you're doing at 0.9 with your fish. Right,
well,
so
maybe not good at that.
If I threw this back at you, Gaz, right, 0.9 will induce dehydration in a fish potentially.
Now then, how does that work? They're swimming around in a pond full of water,
There you go.
but they're dehydrated.
Dehydrate, and then you start affecting
The
the gills and-
osmosis system runs at 0.9.
But this is what I'm saying, mate. You've got to have experience.
You don't want to be going at 0.9.
You don't, mate. You're going into depths. You've got to be careful.
Coffee bean 100, Gaz.
Wouldn't it depend on what kind of bacterial issue she got, ulcer issue? Because if it's the kind that isn't fixable, it ain't gonna make much difference. Whereas if
Well,
it's
this is the thing, Daz. This is why I typed in earlier on. There might come a time where if you can't get your fish to, I know nobody's going to agree with this, but at the end of the day, if you can't get your fish right and you can't get your fish to that point, then euthanize them.
Yeah. So
Stop the spread from spread to spread to spread to spread.
stops the cycle, doesn't it? Yeah.
Or not necessarily.
Well, then no,
Well, no,
not
you've still got to
always,
sterilise
no.
everything.
Daz, we've seen it and we've done it and we've
We
been
have
there.
countless
We've euthanized,
times.
and then others have just flared up afterwards. And that's
Yeah.
because, as Simon said, they go around, they see a fish with an ulcer and a sore on them, and they peck at them. And next thing you know, they've got ulcers they've got sores on the lips, and then next thing you know, they're shitting out their anal passage, and it's all ruptured and it's ulcerating around there, and then the anal fin starts with it. Next thing you know, it breaks out in the body. The cycle just keeps going. If there's a fish in there with it, and you don't get it out soon enough, and anything else has been mouthing at it, if it's that bad bacteria, then you're screwed no matter what you chuffing do.
Yeah.
So we had this, guys. So can you remember the 2 Tancho Kajakus I had?
Yes.
I had to anaesthetize all those fish, every single one of them. 8 grams worth of fish. Two of your fish, Crafty, as well. The ulcers were going through these fish like unbelievable.
And they're fast as well, though, Matt. It's not a long, drawn-out process. The ulcers start off at
They double in size overnight, more
2
or
or
less,
3
don't they?
mil, opens up size of maybe a scale. Before you know it, end of week, it's like that.
It was quicker than that, Dad. So you go off to work in the morning and see a little red blemish on the side of the fish. By the evening, it was a full open wound straight through to the stomach. Or another case in Bournemouth, he would see it on the side of the face, and it'd be almost like I guess the only way you can explain it is a hook damage where somebody's caught the fish.
Yeah, like an angry sort of, like it's a bit swollen.
But by the evening when he got back, the whole lower jaw was totally gone. Now
They look like zombie fish, don't they? I know it sounds unbelievable, but until you've actually seen it to that level, it truly isn't. I was gutted me. I mean, with a friend of ours, to see what you were going through, I could have, I'm not a massive bloke, but Mike's a big fella, and we're both. No, I'm not at all. Not quite as big as yourself.
Mate, I am massive.
Massive. But we both could give each other a man hug and cried, man, because it was gut wrenching, man. It was literally. We went there, Daz, didn't we? And I went back week after, and everything that we thought were coming good just went to shit. And it was like, I cannot believe that those fish look like that. Even so much as the fish, instead of it being straight like that, was curling like that, as if it were trying to pull its own body away from the pain it were in. And I thought, I can't leave a fish like that, man. I can't sit there and watch a fish go through that suffering. And that were it, done.
Yeah. For me, can you see why a good dealer goes through quarantine so methodically?
Yeah.
I mean, and do you know what? Hand on heart, I openly thank every single good dealer that does that. Because to see that shit rip through somebody's pond and to see what it did to my mate, it's genuinely fucking good to me. I came away from it. I drove home from his house, and I barely spoke a word to Marie all the way home because I was gutted that I'd had to put 20 plus fish in a bin bag. I was. It really did. As an angler,
let's just make it clear, mate. Let's make it clear, because we know people watch this that don't necessarily comment. all right, them fish were put into the bin bag after they'd been euthanized.
Yes,
Oh, God, yeah, of
sorry,
course.
Yeah, right.
euthanized first, but
Which was for the benefit of the
to do
fish,
that,
not
to know that we'd had to do that was gut wrenching. And I
Do you know how
understand
much those fish meant to him as well?
There's no worse. There's no worse than watching something that you care for dearly and something that you're passionate about and something that you love watching, which brings joy to you as a hobby in a hobby form, to watch it go through that and see it rip through your stock like it's nothing. It's sickening. It really is.
And it's so easy just to make that small little mistake.
Yeah.
You know, my granddad, who's unfortunately passed away, not my granddad, he passed away years ago, but you know, the granddad's died.
still unfortunate.
And I can't come to get rid of his fish, so I'm going to go and get one of his koi and put it in my pond.
Yeah.
That's it, mate. Do you know what, Matt? That seems to be the most common way that it's done. It seems to have spread through more people's ponds that I know of from that exact same thing. I took on a fish because X, Y, and Z. And they take on that fish, everything's fine, and then that's it. Bang! Your whole ecosystem in your pond.
Well,
put it this way, Guts, right? When my old man passed, which was 16 years ago, 17, 18, fucking hell, 18 years ago now, his partner kept the koi pond going. I was in the military at that point. Then when I moved here, his partner then passed away. And I found that, believe it or not, a local garden centre had rehomed his fish. Right? Knowing what I know now, it's a big thing you shouldn't do. I eventually tracked down the guy that had my dad's fish. And you know, he said, please, by all means, come and get them, which I did. I then put them into my pond here. And I didn't get bacteria, but what I did do is introduce something into my pond that killed half my stock within a week. You know, and that was from including my dad's fish, and all my dad's fish that I brought in. And he'd had them for some years before he'd passed. And it must have been 10 years after he'd passed that they was then moved out of their pond to a shop, to then a personal pond that then I went and collected from. You know, and that was enough to trigger something that happened in our pond that killed half of our fish.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't bacterial, or it may have been, but not the sort where you see ulcers break up. You know, it's and you know, the amount of people that I say don't sell on my UK community Facebook group, because all of them things are exactly.
Yeah, that's why every time I see it, man, I just click delete.
But the amount of people, I had a message on there yesterday saying I bought some fucking butterfly fish off this guy, and I put them in my pond. It's killed all my pond. You know, again, it's another one of them. Don't buy fish from or rehome people's fish without knowing the risk of what potentially.
You feel when you sat there as an admin crafty and you're looking at him, you're reading the thing, you think, my dad's passed. He's got a whole pond full of fish. We need to move these on. You just think,
a lot of it, don't you?
You think,
got to be gone by the end of the week.
Should I post it because it's not technically selling anymore? And then you just think, if I sell that, and then somebody turns around and said, we took all those fish off of our pond, now everything's dead. So every time, without fail, 100%, sale, moving on, got to clear, got to get rid of.
The one thing that really gets me is that people that are a little bit more uneducated in koi, they seem to think that they're worth a fortune.
Yes. Just because they're big or they're old. Yeah.
I've got a fish
because they're koi.
I've
got some this big. You know, big fish. How big's big? Yeah, this big. It's like 30 cm. Right? Yeah, it must be worth a fortune now. Why?
That's because
it really don't work that way.
Coming in, yeah.
You know,
but it's
I mean?
a shuramuji. It used to be a
fish worth way less than
you know. It is 20 years old and 40 cm. You know, there's no quality in it whatsoever. I don't even know the breeder. It could even be Israeli. You know,
I get I probably get 3 or 4 messages a week saying they're shutting down the pond. Would I be interested in the fish and how much are they worth?
Yep.
And no, it just
Nothing
ain't.
and no. Thank you very much.
I know, but they always say, well, what's the best thing to do? And I always tell them to put them on Gumtree. But
So it's you, is
Yeah.
it? Damn, country have gone bust.
And then Matt buys them all and sells them in his shop.
no,
Sorry, Matt. You know I'm only playing.
I get you back.
You're going to lose your sausage roll.
No, pork pie.
Yeah, but that dog nearly had your pork pie.
She's a special one. She's allowed to.
Oh, she got a name too.
No,
Sylvia.
Jeff, I'll be in touch next week with regards to dates. It's potentially 2nd of February. Just so you know.
Happy days. Susan says there, you could almost watch the ulcers get larger hour after hour. Yeah, I can believe it. I really can. And then Yorkie's Koi said, I did that mistake.
You know, and a lot of people do, right? So don't feel bad for it.
No, a lot of people do, because you think you're doing the right thing and you think, oh, well, that's going to be the biggest fish I've had in my pond.
You're uneducated.
Yeah.
Right? It's when I see these YouTubers, Gaz, right?
That's what pisses me off more than anything.
They really,
moving fish on. Stop moving them on and keep the goddamn things. Stop buying them.
Yeah.
It's not even the moving them on bit. It's the I've introduced this fish and that fish and this fish and that fish. Right? If you've gone from one back garden to another back garden, you bought one from this dealer, one from that dealer, one from that dealer. And I'm not on about Tony, by the way, Tone, just so you know if you're watching. I'm not referring to you, mate. There's others that I've seen that then end up with a huge bacterial issue, and it's a dealer's fault, or I can't understand why this has happened. You know, actually,
honestly, mate, I don't think Tony would begrudge you saying that, mate.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't aimed at Tony.
Tony went through a total annihilation in his pond, all from a simple
koi addiction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know now 100% Tony regrets all of that.
Crafty, when you said just a minute ago it's uneducated, we don't disagree very often.
Oh, hang about. Get ready, Daz. Remember this one.
But I don't think it's uneducated. I think it's the passion, the thriving to do better.
No, I don't.
They see a bigger fish, they see a nicer fish, the passion, the love to buy a bigger, better fish. They know in their head it's probably not the right thing to do, so they are.
I think if people knew, right, that those people that know that rehoming anyone's fish without understanding how that fish is kept, where it's come from, right, what health issues that person's had, etc., and whether they're 100% trusted or not, all right, when you introduce that fish into your pond, there is always a huge risk of you contaminating your pond and it falling to pieces. If you have that in the back of your head, all right, you will ask yourself 101 questions before you make that decision. But the passion may then take over. But if you don't know that person, you'll always say no.
Yeah.
The thing is, though,
sorry, guys, they're educated. They know. Sorry. I talked to you in the morning. They are educated. They know the facts, but the passion, the need,
the want.
Yeah.
Or sometimes the ability to have a big fish.
Yeah, because they've never been able to keep a big fish because the water's freezing like Yorkshire.
Or not have the wedge to be able to buy a fish.
Yeah,
of that size
another reason.
I think that chance might not come along again. So
the only true way to do it, right? Let's go back to what you were saying there, Crafty. If you've got, we'll say Steve again. We've got Steve. He's had a pond for 25, 30 years. He's only ever introduced 2 lots of fish. His first lot that he put in, and he put 10 in on week 2. And then after that, after a few more months, he added another 30 fish. And his fish is perfectly big enough to stock 50 fish. All those fish grew up together with a couple of weeks between each other and never had a single problem. 25, 30 years. Never lost a fish. Apart from that one that the herring nicked. Yeah, that kind of thing. And then all of a sudden, Steve's got to an age now where the pond's too much for him to do. And he wants to think, right, I need to move these fish on. And his mate, John, says, well, I've got a pond that's big enough to take all your fish plus what I've got. But all his fish are relatively new. And he takes all those fish that are 25, 30-year-old and puts them in his pond. Now, those fish that are 25 to 30-year-old, I've never seen half the shit that these new fish have seen. You put them together and bang. You've got fish dying left, right, and centre.
Recipe of disaster, yeah.
Yeah, not necessarily from a bacterial infection, just because they've been exposed to some things that the other fish haven't, i.e. sleeping sickness.
Yeah.
Bang, straight away. All his fish start bellying up. He's got a massive 55,000 litre pond. They can't afford to fucking eat the damn thing. Can't put enough salt in it. Can't do anything. What do? Everything's dead, isn't it? You've lost everything. Why? Because you just thought, I can house your fish. You're doing the right thing. We'll give them a place and a home to live, whatever. And before you know it,
it's two ponds shut down.
There's no guarantees, mate. I'll give you an example from, a dealer's perspective, right? When we bought fish back in February, there was a bag of fish from one breeder going into a pond, same sort of size fish, right, introduced in, left. Believe it or not, within a matter of days, those fish were all on their side, really suffering badly with sleeping sickness.
Yeah.
Why? It was the mixture of fish. The fact that you put two lots of breeding there and you hadn't hardied them out. Right? You hadn't taken them through that process. Right? You don't tend to get it with the large fish, the smaller fish you do. Right. So, if I was to put like Rick's fish in with some Japanese fish, as soon as they was introduced into our ponds, I guarantee it would open up a world of hurt for me to deal with.
Yeah.
A world of hurt. And Rick would be the first one, fuck no, don't do that. Right. And it's like, why? What if I bought Israeli fish in? Right. And also English fish and Japanese fish, I put them all in the same pond, it would cause a fucking complete disaster.
Yeah.
But why? Why is that? It's fucked up. It really is.
I just done it crafty because I'm running out of space here because the ponds aren't ready.
Yeah.
I put 5 different breeders of Nisai all into one tank.
Oh, you'll be fine. You may get a bit of sleeping sickness.
No, I haven't even had that, and I've even introduced one of my fish into the pond, and touch wood, we're sailing through it.
Yeah, and I think you will at this high level, mate. I can't remember the breeder off the top of my head, but I've just introduced 5 fish from one particular breeder that I've just bought in. They've just cleared quarantine, sailed through quarantine, put them into the main pond indoors. Within 2 days, mate, showing signs of illness. All right. This was last week. Found a massive batch of fluke, treated the fluke, still showing signs of sickness, pulled them out, put them in heat, put them in salt, put them in a half dose of Alpha-X. Within 24 hours, all right as rain again. Right? So, it's just about monitoring it, but this is something that can happen in your ponds. And when you're going from one garden pond to another, you're disturbing that chemical balance in the water somewhere for one fish to react the way it does. It's one of them. But you've got to monitor. But one thing's for sure, mate. I don't want ponds and ponds of individual breeder Nisai. I want a mixture of breeders Nisai in a pond, right? Because they're so fucking expensive that it takes up far too much real estate with regards to pond space, and it doesn't make it viable for the business to separate everything out. But at that age, it's not a problem.
And like with yourself and me in comparison, I'm small, but I got one tank of 25 grand's worth of fish in it.
Yep.
You imagine, and I honestly, I don't think people actually realise the stress that certainly I go through. That I got
Yeah,
one.
but you are a stressor, Matt.
You know, I'm right, Matt.
I am
right,
a stressor.
you're right. I don't think that matters. I don't think that matters, mate. For you as an individual and as the business owner, right, having that amount of fish is a stress irrespective of who you are. All right.
Yeah.
Actually, from us, what did we do last year? About £220,000 worth of koi, like at market at trade value. All right. However, when you break down the amount of people that we've got looking after them, it would equate probably the same as what you do overall. You know, per person.
Fucking is Vince. Sorry, I was just answering Vince when I said you were a stressor, Matt, and Vince said he is 100%. Guys, I've seen it, Vince. I've seen it with a pair of pants when he had 4 matching pairs in his fucking suitcase.
Whilst we're on this subject, I would like to point out that I have had a very, very stressful day, and the fact that I look like I was falling.
Matt, but between me and you, you know, there's a real reason behind that. Everybody would stress in that circumstances of events.
Do you know what? The best thing about today, the bacon sandwich was.
I can't say. We're not going to say.
Was you at Vince's, mate?
No.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I don't know if I'm missing something. I'm being thick, probably.
You will find out. It was a good day. It was a funny day. Wasn't happy about how long it took me to get home. But
You didn't rip your trousers again, did you?
Do you see why we stress?
Can I ask a question? Right, when you go to Japan in February,
Oh my God, he's going to
have
stress.
have you bought new clothes to take with you?
Of course,
just
he has. He's got a whole wardrobe. You got he's got a shirt and a matching pair of pants every day of the week.
all new socks,
Different
all
shades
new
of
pants.
paisley.
So the group that I'm taking over have
Pastel.
been taking the piss because I've actually got an allowance of 50 kilos of clothing.
What?
Yeah.
I'm proud of it as well. I got 50 kg of clothing, so he can throw them all in bin and bring back loads of Japanese
Mate,
drugs.
I took 2 pairs of trousers, mate, right, and 4 t-shirts, right, and mate, you're not there on a fucking fashion show, mate. You're there to go and fucking pick fish up. Why do you need?
No, see, my theory is if I got
we just make sure. Just want to get this one before because we've missed. We can't. Well, not missed it, but Carl has put. If you did take someone else's fish, how long would you quarantine them if you was able to? 7 weeks.
6 weeks.
7 weeks. The word quarantine
6
means
months,
7.
I would.
It's Latin. Quarantine means 7. 7 weeks. If you're going to do it right, mate, 7 weeks. That is what the word quarantine means. Latin for it. Google it if you want. But 7 weeks quarantine. But what you must do is introduce some of your original stock to those fish that you are quarantined. If that one individual fish doesn't come out with anything after the 7 week period, you should maybe add 1 or 2 more, see if everything's okay before you introduce them to your pond. That's what Rick would always normally advise.
Katie.
I agree with that as well. That is what.
But what would you do in your quarantine tank?
Big Mac the Tramp doesn't need pan.
Tonight, mate. You're out of order. Right, I'll be talking to you tomorrow, Mr. Tate.
Go on.
I thought we had a fucking friendship, mate.
The only reason why I said 7 weeks is because that's what the word quarantine.
That's the minimum, though, isn't it, Gaz? I mean, I've got.
Yeah, that's the
quarantine
minimum.
tank.
I would say if you could do longer, do longer.
Yeah, I've got some fish in some brood stock in the quarantine tank with some of my original fish that came back to me. I didn't even know they were mine, but they will be in 6 months before they come out.
Yeah, and what we've also done to that is added other fish from another source to that, so they're technically quarantining 2 lots of different fish to go and see against each other.
Yeah.
See if either of them flare up with anything.
Yeah. But the longer the better, ideally. But
That's what you've done in it, mate.
Yeah.
The question I always like to ask, though, is so you've got 3 sources of fish, let's just say.
Brown sauce, red sauce,
And salad cream.
Daddy sauce.
salad cream. Salad cream's not a sauce. Doesn't have a sauce in the end, does it? Fruity sauce.
Salad cream that you add, then all of a sudden everything breaks out and all hell let loose.
Yeah.
As the hobbyist, who should he be talking to?
The salad cream.
Is it?
I'm confused. You've lost me with salad cream.
You get the brown sauce. Brown sauce is from an original sauce.
What does barbecue sauce fit into this?
What I'm saying is each one of them are carrying different viral strains.
Yeah.
Just because you add a third sauce doesn't mean that
Apple
third sauce is the one that's got the illness.
Mm.
It's the one that potentially hasn't got the antibodies.
Yeah.
What are you up to, Crafty? There's a
He's
smirk
hungry.
on your face.
He's gone for a burger.
He's just placing his order. Sorry. But that would be the best advice, mate. 7 weeks or longer if you can afford to do, if you've got a separate quarantine pond, by introducing a secondary source from your main pond to that pond to see if you get a trigger in your stock with their stock.
Yeah. And have a bit of separation if you can between them as well. I mean, mine are opposite ends of the garden. So
and never use the same. This is probably one of the main ways where most people do so. Using the same sock net, same bowl, same pan
same
net.
Yeah.
Making sure that you keep them always separate.
And dry your hands between each
one. As much as you can do to prevent A from getting into B, the better.
Mm.
And it's all right me saying it. I know I don't practice these procedures because I don't have a quarantine, because I haven't got the capabilities nor the funding. And that way, if you haven't got the funding to do it or to run a secondary quarantine pond, only use a reputable dealer and don't take that fish from that one person that needs to rehome it. Go out and buy something from a reputable dealer that's done all this on your behalf for you.
And try and be super fussy. I mean, you get to know the people that you can trust.
Yeah. I take my fish from 3 sources: brown sauce, red sauce, and apple sauce. And that's it.
Yeah.
Nothing else. I don't get anything from anywhere else. And I won't do.
One thing that always not gets me is when I was a hobbyist, I would travel all over the country to have a look at what koi are available, but also what service you get from those dealers. All right. And then before I'd actually buy fish, I would go somewhere that I would get the service from, right? Because generally, if you're getting a good service, you're getting good advice, generally, right? What really annoys me is the people that always go to a dealer that is on their doorstep. There's no,
mine are. They're fucking miles away.
Exactly. Yeah. But you know, something is like the ones that were closest to me. I got an okay with them, but they just weren't that little bit extra. And some places didn't give you an ounce of time.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm looking at these prices and I'm thinking, I'm not getting as a hobbyist where I'm trying to learn or have an understanding of stuff. I'm not getting what I want. It's very difficult. So sometimes it's worth, rather than buying fish, just going out there experiencing where you feel that you've got the best connection with. Because generally the best connection comes from the best service. And generally, if you're getting the best service, you know that their fish will be looked after as well. But don't be afraid to ask what they do for, treating fish, whether they test water, if you can see the results, etc. And any good dealer have got nothing to hide. All right. I certainly haven't in my shop. Howie probably hasn't in his.
Probably, you cheeky fucker.
Hey, fired up there straight, didn't it?
Someone that buys brand new pants to go traveling has always got something to hide.
He did never mind traveling. He did it for a weekend break. He brought 5 outfits for a weekend break, 2 nights.
And it wasn't just one pair, it was multiple.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, a multi-pack.
Koi Boys asked there, evening guys, just a quick one. I've recently bought a few new grow-ons and they're showing signs of mouth rot. I've PP dipped them, aquaflavin them, and still showing signs of mouth rot. Pond is at 24 degrees. Then treat them with mouth and fin rot rather than treating them with PP. Is not going to do anything. PP doesn't do anything for any form of bacterial infection or anything like that.
The aquaflavin, I would say, how many courses have you done? Because if you've only done the one course, it won't touch it.
Wouldn't you not be better off using methylene blue? I
Potentially.
mean, that's the treatment for fin rot and mouth rot.
Acroflavin is what I'd go to first.
Would it?
But how many courses?
You 2 or 3 you'd tend to find.
Yeah, and aquaflavin, I think it's 7 courses you can go up to. So they've only done the one.
Definitely give them a good couple of more treatments and hopefully get on top of it.
What about CT?
PP dipping is right. Okay, I'll go down.
We touched on this last week, but it's not going to do anything for anything like that.
Right, your dip is probably by no way strong enough for the amount of time that you keep it in the water. So you're probably achieving absolutely fuck all.
It wouldn't do anything for that type of fin rot or mouth rot anyway, would it?
Not really.
I'd potentially say it would do more damage.
You know, it's not something that is a requirement. You need to treat.
You could try
the issue that you're seeing rather than just thinking it's the right thing to do. With regards to rot, you need to go, in my opinion, down the aquaflavin route, which is bacterial type.
Bacterial.
I mean, that's proper antibacterial. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. If you can't get it with aquaflavin, you've got potential for issues.
It's done 3 doses of so far with aquaflavin.
Yeah, well, yeah, you could go higher than that.
And what salt level?
I would expect to see results. You know, I would expect to see results on at least some of the fish at 3 doses. You know,
yeah, if it's not worked by then, it's probably not going to work, is it?
Yeah, I'll be a bit dubious. It's very difficult to give you the advice without certain information, and I don't want to ask certain information live on air.
But the perfect idea there is either give Crafty or Matt a call tomorrow, mate, where you can have a one-to-one chat and get some proper good advice.
Yeah, by all means. But I'm not going to ask live on air.
No, that's what I mean. It goes into the realms of treating where you might not really want to technically say something that later might bite you on the butt.
Yeah, your temperatures are you at temperature? You're heated, aren't you? Okay. Yeah, I would expect to see better results than what. If you've still got rot after 3 treatments, that's
well. That's right. I've noticed on one of my koi that's got a tiny little bit of fin rot. Tiny, and I mean just a tiny little bit in a little shower. It's got a tiny little bit of fin rot. I've done nothing with it because it's tiny and it's minuscule. I've left it be. And you know what? In 2.5 months, it's got no bigger, no worse. So what am I not going to do? I'm not going to piss about with it. I'm not going to stress it. I'm not going to take that fish out. I'm not going to do anything more with it until it starts showing any form of signs of anything getting worse.
Just watch it. Just watch it when the temperatures start to increase out into spring. That's when you're potentially likely to see anything.
That's my idea of watch it, maintain it, look at it through winter, see how it gets. If it comes to into spring, and if it might start to get worse, then I'll do something.
Both of you just answered the question or comment. Then what I would suggest is drop the temperature on the pond to begin with, because the bacteria is going to be multiplying quickly at 24.
Yeah, exactly.
Too much for the aquaflavin to actually cope with.
Well, if we look at Si from up north Koi Pond, when he were having a problem with his, she said reduce the temperature in your pond.
Yeah,
bring the heat down and see what happens. If it stops, then you're in with more of a chance of being able to do something. If it still continues, then you know it's a bad or worse bacteria.
You think what we're trying to do for the microphone bacteria, temperature increases the amount of bacteria that you got in your filter, and exactly the same that's going to happen on fin rot. So if you've got a higher temperature, you're going to have more bacteria growing. Bring the temperature down. Are you talking to me, Gaz?
No, Koi Boy there. Crafty, can I give you a call?
Yeah, by all means, please do. Do it do it on the shop phone, mate. After midday, because I'm engaged up until about 12ish tomorrow, mate.
What's the matter with phoning me? Don't you trust me?
Yeah, or give Ali a ring, mate. Well, to be fair, Matt's less busy than
Don't
I
phone
am.
me.
Well, I'm polytunnel building tomorrow. I got a
Fuck
busy
off,
day.
mate.
You're building a polytunnel tomorrow.
Give Matt a
I thought
call.
you'd paid
He's
some
up
big,
with
fancy company to come and do it all for you.
No, that's Ricky. Rick's taking the piss out of me because I decided to get the builder to come in and lay the blocks. So they came in over 1.5 days, laid 900 blocks, done the job.
What? In one go? 900 blocks?
How many builders were there?
Two block layers, one labourer.
Yeah.
Have you checked? Go to, tomorrow when you go down to the farm, when you get there, or when you get up, walk out into the garden, just give pointing a rub with your finger to see if it tastes of sand or dust.
It's spot on, mate.
We'll make sure they use cement.
Is there any cement in there? Have they just stacked blocks on blocks?
No, these guys I use.
How many courses have they gone high?
12 courses high.
Bloody hell.
Well, they can do 14, and that's a max, apparently.
They basically came up one day, 3/4 of the way up, and on the second day they came back in because they were worried about the weight.
And you were complaining about how much you had to pay them. And them guys laid 900 blocks in a day.
Well, they're
How
quick.
dare you?
But
Rapid building.
The pond that they built for me down in Bridport, they went in there on a day and completed the job.
Have you got all the right pipes for your polytunnel?
Fuck off. Can we just say that somebody else is dealing with this legally for me now?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Do you want to know of a very good polytunnel company?
No.
It's not now. It's too late, isn't it? Soz, mate.
But the bits that I was missing, I ordered up, and some of the items had to be specially made. I ordered them up yesterday morning, and they're going to be delivered tomorrow morning.
Hang about. Right, you ordered a polytunnel. Some of the bits didn't come, so you had to reorder them, and they have to be specially made.
Yeah.
How's that work when you ordered it as a full kit?
It's a likelihood of me getting them from the original supplier.
And I'll ask you another question, just for shits and giggles. How close did they get them to your delivery zone?
200 yards up the track.
Matt, you've had some shit luck this last couple of weeks. There's no wonder you're stressed then.
Yeah. No, it's been a giggle. They
couldn't get them down there, could they, because it's snow?
No, they couldn't get them down there because they couldn't get underneath the tree.
Got the tree down.
I know. It was just, he wouldn't come down there because he thought he was going to do damage to his lorry. So then I had to offload it. Then
carry them all down bit by bit, piece by piece. And that's where your piece went missing in it. You dropped them in bushes somewhere.
But then I've got hundreds of pieces I've got to check through. But then I haven't got a list of materials to check against or instructions of how to assemble it.
No, I know what that's like.
It's obvious how to assemble. You put A into B into C, A into B into C, and you repeat that 12 times. And then you put D, E, and F, D, E, and F, and then you add your Y's and your Z's and all your bolts together. Job done. Polytunnel.
Then you've got the big pile of RSTs left over, and you think, well, where do they go?
You just do that with them. You don't need them.
The last message was with a photo. What the hell are these parts for? And the answer I got was, let me look into this for you.
What?
We'll be in touch.
Yeah, exactly. And I just like, no, I can't even work out what they're for.
So the moral to this story is, don't always go with the cheapest polytunnel you can find.
No, exactly. And I'm glad that basically how it worked with me doing these polytunnels for the ponds was originally I was using this company right back probably 2 months ago. And luckily I swapped over to somebody that was more dynamic and more flexible and wanted to work with me. And
Why didn't you just go down to Rick's? Because at the end of the day, if you had a good wander around for an hour, you would have found enough framework to make your own polytunnel and just bastardize it like they do. And ta-da, a polytunnel is born.
I had the conversation today about this, and I said, "What do you use on the ridge strengtheners?" Well, we got some of them, we got some of them, and we got some of them up there. Oh, and we whacked in a few of these.
And what have they got? A perfect polytunnel.
Yeah, yeah. But then if you watch the latest videos repairing the,
I was a bit dubious about the. Do you know what? Right, I seen them. I seen you, Vince, and Dave and Rick, and you repairing polytunnels. And I thought, I used to use polytunnel tape. You can get it in a 6-inch roll, polytunnel tape, and you stick it over the rip and the tear, and you put it on the top, and you put it on the inside, don't you, Daz?
Yeah.
You know, when and wax
different thicknesses, yeah.
And you put them in different thicknesses. You put some on the top, put some on the outside.
Yeah.
Polytunnel repaired.
It's like a plaster. Yeah.
You guys were putting corrugated plastic sheeting on one side, sliding it on the beam, pushing it on, and then another one on the outside and screwing the two together.
Oh.
it reminded me of my next door neighbour that lives about half a mile up the road. And I messaged her to say, just let you know, because I know she's about 80 odd years of age, so she won't come out. And I said, just to let you know, your polytunnel's back up in the field. Basically, it's been ripped to pieces. Oh, that is so annoying because I repaired it with some bubble wrap.
Vince says the polytunnels are ancient though, but you can still buy polytunnel tape, mate. You can get it in like a 6 to 12-inch roll that you just lay over top of it. It's like brand new polytunnel.
Vicky's got some of the really wide stuff, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's really good. It's that stuff's stronger than the polytunnel original.
Super sticky as well.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's losing both sides, aren't you?
Yeah, you do bang it on one side, bang it on the other side, polytunnel's done. Sorted.
Yeah. It doesn't compromise the vision either. You still see straight through.
I saw those videos too. Quite a unique repair job. Definitely was.
Yeah. It's funny because the lady that lives up the road, actually, in a way, she could be Ryan's mum because she's about 4 foot tall.
Oh.
I hope he's watching this.
Yeah, I'm saying, Mike, you're on your own. Go for it. Remember who's taking you to Japan.
Yeah, I could just imagine her putting this bubble wrap and then get some sellotape and wrapping it. And then with the latest storms that we had go through here, it was like, it's taking one of my roofs off one of the sheds. And I'm like, it's gone. Can't even
How's
find
the
it.
secret pond doing?
Which one?
Oh, you got more than one?
It's a secret.
Yours and Rick's.
You'll never call.
Oh.
Oh, that good.
Oh dear.
Oh, say no more. We shall close that subject right there. Has everybody got any other topics or conversations we would like to have a natter and a chat about? Because Matt don't want to talk about the secret pond.
Yorkie, just to answer your question, mate, I can only show at one show, mate, and that's the National. And yes, I hope to be able to show at the National. But if I'm attending shows.
But what will you be showing?
Well, it's a secret.
There's a lot of secrets tonight.
Taking secrets.
The thing is, I don't want to tell people what I'm showing because that gives them an idea of what I'm bringing. And it,
what about
a show should be done?
Is it right that you're going to have a gold matching suit to match Lee's silver one?
Absolutely not.
God damn it.
Have you seen what a fucking old boiler looks like, mate? With one of them sort of suits on me. Do you know what I mean?
Right then. Well, we're all out of topics, ladies and gents. If anybody else has got anything they would like to have a chat about this evening, go on, Matt. This is your time to shine. Are you ready? I love doing this because he looks so shocked when you do it. Go on, Matt. It's all for you. This is your moment. Shine.
Evening, guys. Evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Matthew and Susan. I am here until the end. I haven't fallen asleep. I'm here. Ida's here. Come here, Ida. Here she is, my little faithful.
Oh.
Moving back to Gaz. Thank you.
I think you're ready, Daz. Are you ready, mate? We're gonna
I
go
have to
for it.
mute my mic then.
I can hear you. I can see you giggling on bottom bar. Are you ready, Daz?
Yeah.
This is your moment. Time to shine.
Oh, I've got a moment, have I?
You've got a moment.
Oh, I've got one of the little furry things as well. She's ready for bed. So, good night, everybody. Good night.
Yeah,
And now I'm going to hand over to a slightly more professional one.
What I would like to say, guys, sorry I was late, first and foremost, but remember, without you guys, this program don't go anywhere. So I'd like to thank every single one of you for tuning in tonight. But more importantly, I think that we all need to give Gaz a pat on the back because, again, he's given up his time to give us the platform that we like to share on a Thursday evening. And you're all a bunch of cricket bats.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Sorry.
I was going to show you my furry friend as well, but I think he would have got.
Oh, no. We're all good.
So then, guys, usual thing. If you've been enjoying this kind of content, do us a huge favor. Like, share, subscribe. And until next time, keep smiling, guys, and we will catch you on the next one.
Cricket bat.
That's how it's done, guys.
Keep smiling.
Cricket bats. Good night, all. Thanks very much for joining us.
Night all.
Night all.
Good night, cricket bats.